section is decided finally. Then cutting, filling, quantity, we can get it from there, and volume also we are getting. Land acquisition part, yes, we can get it. Off and off alignment, mostly we can get your this cross drainage structure wherever it is required. So that you can get it directly from this Pmgsy-Shakti whatever data we are getting. So wherever the streams are crossing, you can calculate the width, whether culvert is required, bridge is required, or we can go with new pipes. That can be very well visualized from this report we are getting from the Pmgsy-Shakti. What is the objective for this survey, finalization, and eligible habitation preparation of the DBS? What is our objective for adaptation of new technology? See, we Pmgsy-3 we are adopting new technologies, but objective was very not clear. Why we are going for that? Like for FDR is not applicable here because it's all new construction. The new habitation are supposed to be constructed. But what was the objective? So here, at least when we are preparing some DPR, we are proposing some new technology. What should be our objective of choosing particular technology? It is economical, or what will be there? And it should be known to SRDAs officials. After construction, the technology evaluation is must. Whatever our aim was, whether that has been achieved or not, that is very important. So it should be evaluation. It is to be done on ground when we have constructed the route. All the Pmgsy routes should be linked to the LG codes this time. Construction of culverts, tollways, and bridges will be allowed only on the roads approved under this program. So no standalone bridges will be sanctioned in Pmgsy, like we were doing in Pmgsy-3 also. In the same fashion, in Pmgsy-4, we will not sanction any standalone bridges or any kind of cross drainage structures. The same procedure for up to 150 meters in normal areas and 200 meters in special areas only will sanction. Above that, we have cap on costing part. Somebody has raised certain issues in previous conferences that we are not capping on length of the bridges. We are only capping for the cost. If in normal areas the length of the bridges is more than 150 meters, we should go for that. But the cost over and above 150 meters will be borne by concerned state. It will go in higher specifications. In the same fashion, for 200 meters in special areas, the cost over and above that will be borne by that concerned state. Recently, we are sanctioning in Nagaland and Andhra Pradesh, it's around 500 meters. So, whatever cost over and above 200 or 150 meters, that will be borne by concerned state only. In case of the, as usual, we were doing, if the span of the bridge is less than 15 meters, then I will consider that bridge is a minor bridge in that road along with the road difference. If the span increases more than 15 meters, then we should go for separate bridge DPRs in the same fashion we are doing in the Pmgsy-3. So same procedure we follow in the Pmgsy-4 also. What is the objective of DPR? To present a detailed investigations, design of the choice of technology, assessment of accurate quantities. These are most important. And the cost estimation along with the necessary drawings to enable the execution of the project. This should be our objective of the DPRs. What will be the contents of the DPR? Everybody knows. Submitting the DPRs, introduction, planning and basic design consideration, topographical surveys, soil and material surveys, traffic surveys, hydrological surveys for the culverts and bridges, geometric design standards, alignment design, pavement design and surfacing, design of the CD works, cross drainage works, protective works, land acquisition, utility shifting and relocation. Again, this is a very important point I want to make clear. Land acquisition should be known to state, otherwise the cases of dropping, short execution, they will keep on coming on the radar. So we should know that whether we are going to get the land along the alignment or not. Otherwise, we should not propose that alignment. Road safety and traffic management, very important factor. specification, environmental issues, climate resilience, and carbon reduction strategies, new and green technologies, analysis of the rates, and cost estimate, and construction program. I will. One thing I want to emphasize here that SOR, whatever state government is preparing, they should be get vetted from P1 division of NIRDA. They should be done well time. Otherwise, what is happening that DPR comes to this place in Narita, it is submitted and state has not get approval of SOR from Narita. So my request will be the first job should be that whatever SOR is there, if you are feeling that SOR has been changed, the cost has increased. So please, my request will be please get it approval from Narita so that DPR is properly prepared. Otherwise, what happened? You have prepared everything, hard copy we are receiving, then you are correcting in OMAS, and final correction in OMAS it is not being done. So it in PMGSY 4 we must do in a proper planning way. So that the first point should be SOR approval from the P1 division of the NIRDA. Drawings, mostly we see that in that whatever hard copies we are getting in Merida, we are missing that. So in PMSI 4, whatever DPR you are submitting, drawing should be submitted so that we can visualize the thing, because it is not possible for us to visit each and every road on the ground. So road map, index map, planning and this longitude L sections, cross sections, CD structures drawing, protective work drawing, and other drawings which are required for this preparation of DPRs. How we do the scrutinies? Once the proposals are entered on the OMAS, STA and PDAs are done. STA, everybody knows. Same procedure we are going to follow in this PMGSY 4 also. STA 100% will be done. PDA 10% should be done. SRDA to send rectified 15% of the DPRs to NIRDA for verifications. That will get NIRDA, then pre-EC, and then EC will be there, and then Honorable HMRD will issue the guidelines. Here again, I want to repeat with the problem we have really faced in PMGSY 3. I want to say that whenever you are preparing the DPRs, so kindly, my request will be please don't rely on the consultants. Senior official, at least once he should visit on the ground. Whatever proposal you are making on the ground, I mean DPR, that should be verified by a senior officials. Like we have done for bridges, that STA along with some SE or chief visit on the ground to verify the data of bridges. Same fashion, I will request to all states to kindly do for the road works also, because unnecessary what we are going when we are sending the team from Narita, for Narita also work increases. We are sending the teams, and then cost is. But at the same time, I am saying that whatever it is required on the ground, you must provide. If the team from Narita is going or SPO, they are going for verification of the DPRs on the ground, you must find. We have already circulated one for farmer. You should, if they are not agreeing, NPMs or Narita officers, they are not agreeing that if you are saying that you reduce this, whatever, this non-payment cost or comment, please endorse your comment that you want this one, and along with the justification that it is required on the ground. At the same time, no over specification should be there. How the DPR is prepared, Recce survey, everybody knows that for feasibility of the alignment of the for new routes, transit work to be arranged and conducted by the implementing department officials mandatorily along with the panchayat representative. Consultant should also be join the transit work. The topography survey as per the PNS manual and IRC code that is being done. Soil survey as per manual and codes. Traffic survey as per codal provision and manual. Design, the geometrical design as per IRC 73, and for hill roads it is SP 48, IRC SP 48 to be followed. Payment design as per for low volume roads as per IRC 72, and for this more than 2 MSA it will be as per IRC 37. And for this rigid payment, SP 62 and IRC 58 is there. Hydraulic design as per SP 30 and SP 20 for culverts and bridges. estimate and rate analysis to be done as per the latest SOR. I again request, I've already mentioned that SOR should be the first task before the preparation of the DPR should be to get approval of your SOR, which is whether it's state DPR, if you want to get it changed, please get it approval from the, and after that you start preparing your DPRs, and it should be approved from the NIRDA. Road safety, black spot, if you are any country, everybody knows about black spot, it should be identified if at all any there, although it should not be there on the rural roads, but if at all it is there, it should be rectified and proper action should be taken according to that. Vision document which we have received, we have issued in 2022, it should be strictly followed while preparation of the DPRs. What is the objective of the scrutiny? To make sure the adequacy of the investigation, to check the authenticity of the data, and to verify the optimally the design and estimation, to check the provision made as per the Pmgsy guidelines, and to check the rates, SOR rates, whether SOR rates has been properly taken in the BOQ or not. Then quantity, whatever quantity you have taken in the quantity of the items you have taken, whether it has been taken from the standard data book of the MRD or not, that has to be checked. This is the objective of the scrutiny. These are the important factors for the scrutiny. Selection of alignment, whether it is there or not, everybody is agreed on that. Land availability, traffic volume, soil characteristic, design specification, CD works, and drawing. Stage 1 DPR should be checked by, that's why I'm saying that we should not rely on consultant or JEs. Again, I'm saying that executive engineer, at least PIU should visit on the site at least once. Whatever DPR consultant has prepared, he should check it up on the ground. SE should, sitting in the, if possible, they should go on ground. If not, at least see that whether SE and PIU has verified the data on the ground. STA, STA should thoroughly check. I am saying, sorry to say that, I should not say, with heavy heart, I am saying that STA, they are not there, they are not doing their job properly. Because, they are not seeing the thing, at least they should try to, at least 2 or 3 roads, they should try to visit on the ground. Otherwise, only stand, I have seen that stamp is being done, that's it, nothing more than that. Few, very clear mistake has been committed, and in spite of that, DPR has been vetted by STAs. So my humble request to all STAs will be to kindly see the DPR before signing or stamping that DPR. PTAs, that is a 10%, and then NIRDA is checking 15% at, and wherever it is required, wherever we are feeling that the cost is exorbitant, and so we are sending our teams for ground verification for rationalization of the cost. Now, these are common issues which we are feeling at NIRDA while scrutiny of the DPR. Transit work photographs, summaries, ground supply approval, these are not attached with the DPRs. Test results, mostly it is not attached with the DPRs. Traffic is really overestimated in many DPRs. S22 mandates that CVR should be around 5, but still we are not taking CVR, and we are designing as it is whatever CVR is available. In many DPRs, road length is taken beyond the habitation endpoint. That was happening in Pmgsy-3 and earlier Pmgsy DPRs also. Here, this time we have also allowed for the facilities. You can go a little bit after habitations. This time it has been allowed in Pmgsy, but justification should be given by the state government. Earthwork quantity estimated in DPRs on the high side. This is happening in the most of the DPRs. That quantity of the earthwork is exorbitant, and on just lump sum manner they are providing in the DPRs. So it should be based on the cross sections, drawings, and accordingly it should be done, and justification should be done. Stabilization technique which don't require aggregates are adopted or not being adopted. Wherever aggregates are not available, you should go for new technology so that economy can be achieved. Hard shoulder, we are seeing that more than 1.5 meter, 2 meters in UTs or state are proposing, and thickness also more than 10 centimeters being proposed. This should not be there. As per SP72, we are allowing hard shoulder only for 1 meter, and thickness should not be more than 10 centimeter. CC payment generally, being provided, conventional concrete is being provided. Now, as per our vision document 2022, panel cement concrete should be there. For low volume goods, it's quite successful also. So we should dispense with this conventional concrete, which is around 20-25 centimeter thick. We should go with cement concrete of 12 to 12.5 centimeter. We must go for this.
आशीष सर, आपके यहाँ से थोड़ा सा इको आ रहा है सर, सभी वेन्यूज पे वो कमेंट्स में भी लिख रहे हैं, तो एक बार अगर वॉइस का आप एक बार देख लेते।
आवाज में
थोड़ा सा इको
आ रहा है,
आवाज आ रही है सर? हाँ, थोड़ा कोरेंट आ रहा है सर, वॉइस इको आ रहा है कहीं से?
नहीं, गुवाहाटी में तो नहीं है। आई थिंक इट्स
सर यहाँ, यस सर, यहाँ पे ठीक है।
आप लोग वहां पे जहां पे भी इको आ रहा है वहां पे अपने बाकी माइक्स वगैरह बंद करवाइए प्लीज। स्विच ऑफ ऑल ऑफ द माइक्स, देयर इज नो इशू एट गुवाहाटी।
Sir, should I go ahead, sir? Sir, should I go ahead?
Please go ahead. Ashish, please complete it.
Sir, so we should not go for conventional concrete. I have seen that in various DPRs, still states are providing conventional concrete for a 5 centimeter or 20 centimeter. It should not be over unnecessary parts. Money is being wasted. We should go for panel cement concrete. If very high traffic is there, you should go for 15 centimeter. Otherwise, 10 or 12.5 centimeter is well enough. CDs, this is the most important. CDs are being proposed without justification. As and where it is the number of CDs, wherever it is not required, even that those places these are being proposed. We should look into it. Most of existing CDs are reported as damaged. This was case when this case here also wherever why I have put this point, because we are taking this stage 1 roads in hilly regions, so there will be a culverts provision will be there, because stage 1 construction has been completed. Only crust component has not been done. So if the existing CDs are in a good conditions, then we must retain them. Cleaning if it is required, or minor repairs are required, that can be done, because the culverts are very costly affairs. So if it is in a good condition, slab is good, abutments are good, so we must retain that CD. So photographs should also be attached with this DPRs. For very, very small span bridges, for 1 point, we must go for Hume pipes, MP3 Hume pipes, wherever it is possible. Hydraulic data, L section and design drawings for the proposed causeway, it should be attached. This is normally we are SRDs, they are not attaching with the drawing. We are again asking that this height of wall does not match with the as per L section and cross section. We have mostly noticed that retaining wall and two walls are is really on the higher side in each and every DPR. Whatever pre-EC and EC we have done. And once we go on the ground, we find that retaining wall and toe wall, we on a higher side. Wherever it is required, you must give that, because we are going to construct a stable and good roads. But wherever it is not required, where the land width is 7.5 meters or 6 meters, we should not go for that. Provision of line drains. Only we have said that only the marketplaces or wherever the habitations are there, where the houses are there, only those places we must go for the line drains, and elsewhere we must go for this unlined drains. Essential data and reports for bridges are not being furnished, such as a river site, photograph of the river site, so that we can visualize calculation of the bearing capacity of the cell, bore log data, GADs, detailed instruction, that should be attached. with the DPS. One thing we has come out, but joint report along with the STA for the proposed bridges should be submitted as per our letter we have issued on 15th July 2024. In that letter it has been mentioned that whatever bridges are being proposed by the state, that should be jointly inspected by STA along with the senior officials from the state government. These are all points from my side. If any questions are there, they can. One thing just I want to add before any questions. Recently one of the state they have sent the DPRs. I'm talking about the Pmgsy-3 about the roads in the black cotton soils. So my request, firstly, black cotton soil has to be stabilized, and whatever various stabilization methods are available, like lime stabilization, cement stabilization. We can go for also. Various techniques are available nowadays. So we must analyze all the technologies which are the which is the cheapest. We should go to economize the cost. Because our is the rural roads, we can go for N. Because and again, once you have they are proposed with geotextile. And when the DPR came to Nerida, then we have asked why you are not gone for lime stabilization, why you are not gone for cement stabilization. So we are now requesting state to analyze each and every new technology, and whichever is cheapest and best, we must go for that. So that is a point. So my request to all state before the DPRs or any kind of new technologies, their objective and economy should be really mentioned in the DPR, or who's are coming along with the DPR, he should able to explain those things. Why you have taken these things in the DPR. Thank you.
Ashish ji, Sina from Guwahati.
Ji, Sina.
Actually, we have a very elaborated, detailed DPR template, and we are regularly doing as per that template. But this time, one change has been made, that report from PM Gati-Shakti to be added. So that DPR template may be revised. Otherwise, various states will submit in various format, and it will be in problem, and we also in trouble. We may produce the report in one way, you will ask in another way. So that DPR template is proposed to revise.
We will revise this study also. JS sir has directed us to prepare that report. We will shortly preparing that and will submit to all states.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So what the suggestion is, just hold on. The suggestion is that if we are asking something in addition to be included in the DPR, then what is there presently in the instructions? We should give out some formal communication to the states. So if, let's say, it does not require the DPR template to be revised, but an additional communication needs to be issued, so please issue that.
Oh, okay, sir.
But we have to work on strengthening that DPR tool, as yesterday we had discussed. So we have to work on strengthening that. And I'll again request the states to utilize the presence of the BISAG representatives. They are there. At least get your 2-3 KML files run through this Gati Shakti DPR planning tool, so that you can see for yourself what needs to be done, and you can share your experiences very quickly. So,
sir, as per your direction.
Yes, yes.
Sir, as per your direction, study you have given an answer. We are to come to Delhi along with, and we'll ask for 1, 2 or 3 camel files for hill road and 2 or 3 camel files for the plain roads. So that will analyze on that, because there are certain issues as we have discussed yesterday, sir, regarding L section, how they are calculating the earthwork quantities, sir. That has to be checked, sir. How that is being taken by this tools.
आशीष जी, मैं SRDA रांची से बोल रहा हूँ।
जी बताइए।
हाँ, हमारा SOR वेटिंग के लिए NRDA में हमने जमा किया था 2022 का, और उसमें फिर क्वेरी आया 5-6 पॉइंट पर, फिर अगेन हमने सबमिट किया। फिर आपका क्वेरी है 5-6 पॉइंट पर, फिर हमने अगेन सबमिट किया, फिर आपका क्वेरी है 5-6 पॉइंट पर, फिर हमने अगेन सबमिट किया, स्टिल इट इज पेंडिंग फॉर वेटिंग डीपीआर। तो सर क्वेरी कितनी बार होना चाहिए? हमारा जेएस सर से भी आग्रह है सर कि इसको देखा जाए कि क्वेरी कितनी बार होनी चाहिए। आप 1 से 2 बार क्वेरी करें, तीसरा बार क्वेरी करें, क्वेरी का सिलसिला नहीं चलते रहे कि आप अगेन 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 क्वेरी कर रहे हैं आप। प्लीज।
नहीं, मैं आपसे बिल्कुल इस बात पे सहमत हूँ, बिल्कुल बार बार नहीं होना चाहिए।
हाँ,
और इसका
2
मैं
से
देख
3
लेता
बार
हूँ
तो होनी
झारखंड का क्या
चाहिए।
इशू है। मैं P1 डिवीजन से चेक कर लेता हूँ क्या इशू था। देयर मस्ट बी सर्टेन इश्यूज जो एक बार में नहीं हो पाया होगा, तभी दोबारा पूछा गया होगा।
नहीं सर,
और
4 बार
emails-
हुआ है, 4 बार हुआ है,
ठीक
अभी
है।
भी पेंडिंग है, तो मैं कैसे
फुरकान,
करूँ?
फुरकान प्लीज, कैन यू प्लीज कमेंट ऑन दैट? फुरकान, यू विल बी देयर।
नहीं, अभी सर ने सुन लिया है आपका, पता चल गया है, तो हम जाके देखेंगे,
सर
चिंता ना
प्लीज
करें।
सर।
सर नमस्कार, आई एम विजू। नमस्कार सर, मैं विजय गुप्ता भोपाल से।
जी बोलिए बोलिए विजय गुप्ता जी, आपकी
सर-
आवाज सुनाई दे रही है।
सर देयर इज ए 2 पार्ट। फर्स्ट पार्ट इज सिलेक्शन ऑफ हैबिटेशन एंड मैपिंग ऑन गति शक्ति। आफ्टर मैपिंग our habitation on Gati Shakti, then we will go for DPRs. In first slide, he said certain items about cut and fill, HFL. While will go for DPR preparation, we will get corrected information for the field. It can be verified or can be cross-checked by the Gati Shakti before preparation or while preparation. So this is the one point. So, sir, he is giving very comprehensive presentation. This is very good. Sir, my request is कि कोई मॉडल डीपीआर अगर हो और इसके अंदर आईसी एक्टिविटीज भी है, कहते हैं आपके सफरिंग पीपुल्स वाली आएगी, एनवायरमेंटल वाली रिपोर्ट्स भी आएंगी, तो ये सारी अगर कोई मॉडल डीपीआर श्रीवास्तव साहब के पास में हो तो हम सबको शेयर कर दें, तो हम उस पर काम करने की बात काम कर सकते हैं और इंश्योर करेंगे कि उस तरह के डीपीआर तैयार हो। दूसरा क्लियरिटी ये सर कि ये शोल्डर्स है, ही सेड कि शोल्डर की विड्थ मैक्सिमम 1 मीटर और 10 सेंटीमीटर थिकनेस, तो ये चीज कहाँ से आ रही है? दूसरा, हमारी जो रोड की विड्थ है 3/6 मीटर है और 3.75 बाई 7.5 मीटर है। तो जब टारगेट विलेज पे एंड कनेक्टिविटी एंड होगी तब 3/6 है, तो वहां पे उसकी जो शोल्डर विड्थ होगी 1.5 होगी। और जब हमारी 3.75 बाई 7.5 की रोड है तो वहां पे हमारी शोल्डर विड्थ 1.875 होगी। दूसरा, 10 सेंटीमीटर का थिकनेस का इन्होंने बोला कि हमारे जब रोड पे क्रॉसिंग होगा ट्रैफिक तो इक्वल लोड आता है, तो ठीक है उतनी क्रस्ट नहीं हो पर इतना स्ट्रेंथ तो हमारे शोल्डर में हो कि उसके अंदर रट्स नहीं पड़े। दैट्स बाय एमपी शुरू से 12 सीबीआर और 15 सेंटीमीटर 17 सेंटीमीटर की थिकनेस ले रहा है। 17 सेंटीमीटर थिकनेस लेने का रीजन ये है कि जीएसबी तक हमने सिलेक्टेड सॉइल से कर दिया और जीएसबी के बाद में जो हमारी क्रस्ट की थिकनेस आ रही है 15 सेंटीमीटर G2 G3 और ओजीपीसी 17 सेंटीमीटर में मोर देन 7 सीबीआर से कर दिया। तो सर ये इशू फ्लैग होना चाहिए। जैसा आपका इस फोटो में भी सर आप देखिए कि इस तरह के अगर ट्रैफिक अगर ओवरटेकिंग क्रॉसिंग में निकलेंगे तो निश्चित ही रस्ट पड़ेंगे बरसात के दौरान में, तो हमें उसके अंदर प्रोपोर्शनल स्ट्रेंथ रखनी पड़ेगी। दूसरा, ही सेड कि 600 से 900 mm डाई की पाइप हमको इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं इन केस ऑफ कलवर्ट्स। तो 600 तो सर प्रोविटेड है SP20 में, मिनिमम उसके अंदर 1000 है। दूसरा चूंकि हमारा कैचमेंट फॉरेस्ट का है, एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड का है, तो हमको ह्यूम पाइप कलवर्ट से बचना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब ड्यूरिंग रेंज जब उसके अंदर श्रब्स आके फंसते हैं तो वो चोक होता है और ओवरटॉप होता है। दैट्स वाई इनिशियली हमारे पास में स्किल नहीं था, संसाधन नहीं थे, तो हम ह्यूम पाइप कलवर्ट आसानी से बना रहे थे, पर हमको स्लैब में ही अब जाना चाहिए जिससे कि अगर हमारी मेंटेनेंस में कोई डिफिशियंसी रहे तो एकदम से चोक नहीं हो। अदरवाइज ह्यूम पाइप कलवर्ट जब चोक होता है तो उसके आप देखेंगे रिएक्शन टाइम हमारा कितना है, वो गांव वाला देखेगा, हमको इन्फॉर्म करेगा, हम कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अपने इंजीनियर को इन्फॉर्म करेगा, तो रिएक्शन टाइम 15 दिन है, तब तक तो हमारा रोड कट जाएगा। दैट्स वाई इन प्लेस ऑफ ह्यूम पाइप कलवर्ट्स वी शुड गो फॉर आपका स्लैब कलवर्ट्स। दूसरा सर, नए नए टेक्नोलॉजीज we are or R&D, we are executing R&D work from since last 24 years. It is my request कि ये क्लैरिटी हमको थोड़ी दे कि किस एरिया में हम कौन कौन से R&D में जा सकते हैं, जिससे कि हमको डिसीजन लेने में आसानी होगी. अभी इन्होंने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे ऊपर ही छोड़ दिया, तो नो डाउट हमें डिसीजन लेना चाहिए और लेंगे भी, पर अगर थोड़ी सी क्लैरिटी हमको मिल जाए तो हमको काम करने में आसानी होगी. थैंक यू सो मच.
Sir, may I add what Vijay has said, with your permission?
कृपया बोलिए बोलिए कटारे साहब प्लीज.
सर, अभी IRC SP20 में शोल्डर विड्थ के बारे में ज्यादा बेहतर क्लैरिटी रखी है. जो फॉर्मेशन विड्थ और कैरेजवे विड्थ का डिफरेंस है, that upon 2 is the width of the shoulder. And they are earthen shoulders or shoulders with some improved soil that may be termed as hard shoulder. Now, what the point Vijay is making, if we do not cover the entire shoulder, then difference between the hard shoulder and soil, there will be gully formation and there will be a loss. And it is a perpetual activity for routine maintenance, and there will be more requirement of routine maintenance in such cases, and maybe they are not attended to timely. So providing hard shoulder is very advantageous almost in all roads, so as to see overtaking or crossing, etc. They are done properly. As also routine maintenance is systematically and timely done. So, and the thickness, we cannot limit the thickness to 10 centimeter because it has to be minimum 15 centimeter, 15 centimeter minimum, maybe up to 20 centimeter, depending on the type of soil that is used in the embankment. So, shoulder width should be as it is specified in IRC SP20 now, and earlier also this was there. So this is my point, sir.
May I reply?
Yes, Ashish, please respond.
सर शोल्डर का पॉइंट पे मध्य प्रदेश से इशू फेस किया गया है सर. SP 72 2015 क्लॉज 9.2 रिगार्डिंग शोल्डर सर, इसमें क्लियरली वो बोल रहा है कि सर 1 मीटर से ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए और थिकनेस 10 सेंटीमीटर से लो वॉल्यूम रोड्स के लिए नहीं होता है. और सर हमारे लिए जो वी आर फॉलोइंग इज जो पेमेंट फ्लेक्सिबल पेमेंट डिजाइन के लिए जो हम कोड यूज कर रहे हैं IRC SP 72 2015 गाइडलाइंस फॉर द डिजाइन ऑफ द फ्लेक्सिबल पेमेंट फॉर द लो वॉल्यूम रूरल रोड्स. तो ये हमारे लिए सर हम इसके हिसाब से डिजाइन कर रहे हैं सर. अगर कोई चेंजेस इसमें होते हैं सर इन फ्यूचर, so we will take action accordingly to the later stage. लेकिन सर अभी as on date सर हम इसी कोड को फॉलो कर रहे हैं for the design purpose. First point sir regarding as raised by Gopal sir. Next is regarding sir new technology issues. So new technology sir, like we can say that wherever iron slag, copper slags are available, like in Jharkhand or wherever these ores are available, so we can use there. So it is a flexibility given to state that they should use that. If at all any kind of issues state our intervention is required from NERIDA, so definitely we will do that sir, and we will advise based on the recommendation from the technical official to the state government wherever new technologies are the required sir. Third point was there, sir, regarding new pipes. Yes, sir, I do agree with that. These choking problems are there, sir. We must go for slag culverts, sir. But not all places, sir. Where the water flow is very place. I have been on the site, sir. I have seen that. Where the water little places, sir. There also 1.5 meter culvert is being proposed. So it is. I also do agree that. With the state government that the maintenance is a big issue for clearance of the new pipes. Yes, we must go for this slag culverts, but wherever it is required, That is why I have clearly mentioned that if it is required on the road, we must do that. If it is not required, then we have to look into it based on the site conditions. And DPR template we are preparing as directed by you, sir. As and when it is prepared, sir, we are on the job, sir. We will circulate to all, sir. This is from my
Ashish, you shared the common deficiencies which are observed in DPRs. So I think that is a very good idea that we include some of the other observed deficiencies also. For example, this issue of Jharkhand has been raised. So why don't you see what all were raised and also include it in your list? Plus also mention that this practice of unnecessarily proposing for Hume pipes may be counterproductive in certain cases, and also on the contrary, that vice versa also, that wherever it is not required, then people do propose the slab culverts. So both these issues have to be kept in mind. It's a local decision. We cannot actually, sitting from NIRDA, direct that you give a Hume pipe out here or you give a slab culvert. But it's a decision which has to be taken at the field level, backed by the field observations. For example, if you give a slab culvert where it is not required, then certainly it is over designing and over expenditure, unnecessary expenditure, which we should avoid. So you can also mention these issues also. In some cases, people are pointing out to us regularly that we did a kind of cost cutting and all. So the state should be very conscious of the fact that wherever something has to be proposed, it has to be backed with proper justification. If it's deemed to be a higher kind of expenditure, it has to be with proper justification. And there should be some kind of description in the DPR as well, why this is being done. We all know, I need not mention, we all know that DPRs do need a lot of improvement. The tendency of mass production of DPRs will always be there, whatever we prescribe or the state takes efforts at its level. So that should be avoided. Field visit should be ensured. These issues will die down automatically. If a field visit is undertaken, I have never seen a DPR which is proposing something, there is a field visit and we have decided to the contrary. Rather, these issues arise when field visits have not happened and some kind of prescription is made, which is totally contrary to the other site conditions. So I'll request everybody to please ensure that there are adequate field visits, and if there is something to be given, it will be given. We always insist on cost rationalization, not cost cutting. So that also should be mentioned in your list of common deficiencies in the DPRs, that instead of, cost rationalization, cost cutting has been done. So that should be also checked by the senior levels, the senior engineering officers in the state. So any issue, any other issue, if the state feels, or we go to the next presentation?
Sir,
I'd also request
excuse me, sir.
Katare Saab and Gupta
Sir,
ji
please, sir.
to give me a short write-up on this. If you feel that certain things have to be done regarding these shoulders, please give a short write-up. We'll take it up with the IRC and we'll get it examined. Don't
Sir,
worry.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sir, from Bhopal, I want to raise an issue, sir. That is there is an appointment of STA, State Technical Agency. It is a very good independent advisor to DPRs. So in case while examining the DPRs at NRID level, because that is, they can verify it through STA also, that provision taken by state are sound or not. Second thing, if we do consider it, we can get the vetting from them, because these are all checked by them. It may be considered as the vetting. The provision taken by state, duly vetted by STA, or in case of if it falls under PTA also, then it shall be considered more flexibly. That's my point, sir.
Excuse me, sir. From Vijayawada.
Go ahead quickly.
Sir, regarding alternate technology, we are proposing geotextile, sir, in BC soils. As sir suggested for lime stabilization, the practical problem is, sir, the road is the only way to the 104 villages we are proposing the road. For that, we have to, when we are going for lime stabilization, how much thickness we have to do the lime stabilization is one point. Next, for it is to be done by layer, sir. So it will take, the access will be closer to the villages, number one, sir. Number two, regarding pulverization, the water content in the BC soils will be problematic for lime stabilization activity, sir. So due to this, the stabilization activity will be problematic, sir. Next, the soil is, free swell index is more than 50, sir. Totally, it is not at all suitable for embankment, sir, the soil, existing soil. So, to avoid mixing, when we provide some selected earth, which CBR is more than 5, to make it to CBR 5, we have to lay the embankment 0.6 to 1 meter, sir, as per IRCSP 72. Otherwise, as economical, we have to make 300 mm minimum thick the soil, sir, improved subgrade. For that also, natural resources are being utilized, sir. As
Okay,
alternative,
you
we are proposing 9 meters width, full width of the embankment with geotextiles.
So, see, it will not be decided. This forum is not the forum to decide on that. But what I
okay, sir.
suggest is, Engineer Vijay Gupta ji had also suggested this, that the feeling with the states is that you are leaving us to new technology. No, we are not. And now we are going to have a standing committee also in NRID. So we should obtain all these new technology proposals from the states. I'll request all the state chief engineers, if you are going to introduce new technology on a large scale at some place and you need our support, and certainly you would need our support because you want to avoid all questions which are going to be raised after that. You should also do some kind of in-house scrutiny of this proposal and then propose to us. We'll get it examined by our own standing committee. So they'll also guide you in how you should go ahead. So we'll also handhold you. That is one of the critical jobs of NIRDA. So it is not that the states are left to their list of new technologies. So we'll also handhold you wherever you feel that some kind of assistance is required. Please do write to us. Please do propose to us where you are proposing these new technologies, and we'll take it up with our standing committee. They'll certainly help you out. No issues. For example, this case was being discussed, black cotton soil, etc. If you want to use geotextiles, we'll have to see how it has been used at other places, whether it is really effective, what kind of cost, etc., etc. Reduction would be there, how much efficiencies would accrue. So this is, I think, one critical area where the chief engineer needs to take a call. So the chief engineer should send these write-ups to us, specifying the region where he feels that this is to be done, and then we'll certainly give him the go-ahead.
Sir, thank you, sir.
So now I think we should go to the next presentation. Thank you, Ashish. But you need to circulate the do's and don'ts.
Hello.
To include some of the suggestions which have been given today. And
Sir.
Along with the planning audit, one suggestion was given yesterday that we should have a checklist for planning audit also. So that also needs to be prepared.
Sir, Mr. Katare wants to raise a question too on this regard.
Yes, Mr. Katare.
सर मेरी थोड़ा सी मतलब सभी स्टेट की जो समस्या है उसको थोड़ा डीपीआर तो हम बहुत जैसे भी बनाते हैं अच्छी ही बनाते हैं, काफ़ी उसमें मेहनत करते, ट्रांजिट वाक करते, सारा चीज़ करते, लेकिन सर जाने के बाद जब एसटीए जाता है सारी समस्या वहाँ पर आ जाती है। एसटीए बोलता है नहीं मुझे तो सिर्फ ये कास्ट कटिंग करना है, वो अपने दिमाग में बैठा हुआ है कि मुझे 40 लाख रुपए के ऊपर कोई कास्ट देना नहीं। वो बोलता नहीं ये पाइप पुलिया नहीं चलेगा, ये आपका रिटेनिंग वाल नहीं चलेगी। वो अब हमारे पास आपका भी प्रेशर रहता है कि जल्दी डीपीआर लाए, तो हमको जबरदस्ती काटना पड़ता। तो एसटीए को सर गाइडलाइन जारी करे कि वो फिक्स ना करे। अब जैसे बहुत सारे एसटीए ये बोलते नहीं पहले फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस कराई, उसके बाद हम आपका डीपीआर स्क्रूटाइज करें, या उन्होंने एकदम दिमाग में बैठा हुआ है कि नहीं हमको तो जैसे 1.5 मीटर स्पान का स्लेब पुलिया बनाना है तो हम 1.2 मीटर ही डेप्थ देंगे, जबकि साइट कंडीशन के हिसाब से सब जगह चेंजेस है। हम ले जाते हैं डीपीआर, वहाँ पर बहुत सारा आइटम कट जाता है, फिर बाद में हमको जब एजुकेशन करने की पार्ट आती है तो हम फिर उसको वेरिएशन करते हैं। तो एसटीए को भी थोड़ा सा, सभी एसटीए को एक बार गाइडलाइन जारी हो जाए कि भाई अमाउंट फिक्स ना करे, वो एकदम फिक्स है, नहीं नहीं हम 40 लाख के ऊपर नहीं जाएंगे, आप कुछ भी कट करके लाइए। इसमें
सर मैं
हाँ आशीष रिस्पॉन्ड।
सर इसमें मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, जैसे हमने ब्रिजेस वाले केस में एक लेटर इशू किया है कि एसटीए अलॉन्ग विद जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स फ्रॉम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दे शुड विजिट ऑन साइट। तो इसमें जैसे कटारे सर बोल रहे हैं, इसमें उनका इशू है, ये कई जगह से सर बात आई थी, ये बात बिल्कुल सही बात है। इनफैक्ट नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट से भी मुझे ये बात बताई गई थी। तो मेरा सर इसमें अनुरोध रहेगा कि जहां पर एसटीए की इस टाइप की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो उनसे अनुरोध किया जाए कि जहां वो कम करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं, भाई आप ज्वाइंट इंस्पेक्शन के लिए चलिए, अगर इसके बाद भी लगता है दोनों लोग म्यूचुअली एग्री कर जाते हैं तब तो ठीक है, नहीं एग्री कर जाते हैं तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अपना उसमें नोट लिख देगी भाई हम इस एग्री नहीं कर रहे हैं, कोई ग्राउंड में रिक्वायरमेंट है और वी मस्ट गिव सर, जो उनका अगर ग्राउंड में रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेरा भी अपना व्यू है, अगर ग्राउंड में चाहिए तो चाहिए सर, वी मस्ट प्रोवाइड दैट। तो इस टाइप की सर के लिए सर जहां पे इश्यूज है दे शुड आल्सो विजिट ऑन द ग्राउंड सर, एसटीए के लिए सर।
ऐसा तो कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं है कि यू हैव टू डू कॉस्ट कटिंग। ये आइडिया you know, you need not also issue an instruction saying that you have to do a cost rationalization. We have to exercise our judgment. और वहाँ पे 2 technical officers they are meeting, and if one technical officer is insisting, no, it needs to be given, I don't see the reason why the STA will not accept it. हो सकता है कि ये issue वहाँ आता है, maybe you are not on a very firm foundation, जहाँ पे मान लीजिए कि कुछ cases ऐसे होते हैं, you can go this way or that way. There are certain cases where it has to be given. So where, you know, there are issues where you can avoid going for over designing, etc., there maybe the issues might be arising. तो मेरा ये अनुरोध है कि अगर आपके जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स जा रहे हैं और वो एसटीए को रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप इसको इंक्लूड करिए ऑन द ग्राउंड ऑफ दिस नेसेसिटी, आई डोंट सी एनी रीजन व्हाई द एसटीए वुड अननेसेसरली डू अ कॉस्ट कटिंग। कई स्टेट्स को भी लगता है कि नहीं हमें कम काट के देना है, बाद में हम बढ़वा लेंगे। That should not be the idea. The idea is that the road should be well designed. It should be all weather road. उस हिसाब से करना है. But there should not be any over designing. There are instances, आप भी agree करेंगे, over designing हुई है. तो आप STA से discuss कर सकते हैं. There are so many officers who are present at the state headquarters. They are free to discuss it with the STA. Certainly the STA will not be impervious to whatever is there on the ground. If there are issues with the STA, we can also discuss with the STA. But आपका जो इंजीनियरिंग स्टाफ जा रहा है उससे अनुरोध मैं ये करूँगा, I'll request them, please give your required site justifications and the necessity for that. There is a common engineering science, engineering, you know, idea behind how to treat a certain portion of land for creating a road, how a road should be constructed, so nobody can deviate from that. So please discuss with the STA, they are reasonable persons, that should not happen. And one case should not be blown out of context. Okay, there are, the variations are there. You as chief engineers would be varying from your predecessor, from your successor, your style of working, etc., etc. But insofar as the requirement of a site is concerned, there cannot be two ways. So if you feel that it has to be given, then please do justify. Often these problems are coming because justifications are not there. And then there's nobody around to defend it also. So if these are well documented, that is why I mentioned the DPR is not that you can simply give a template and then you can have a DPR. It's an art also. You have to understand, DPR making is not simply that I have given you a template and then somebody goes and it will be done. There has to be a touch, a personal touch of the person who is going to the site. He has to feel that area. He has to see what all is required. Why should it be suggested in this manner, that manner? That is why you have to exercise your discretion. You have to exercise your judgment at this spot. So all these things have to be seen. If there are certain issues, please do write to us. We'll take it up with the concerned state. So now we go to the next presentation. Thank you, Ashish.
If you permit, sir.
Anything else?
सर इसमें हम लोग जो एक फॉर्मेट बनाया है साइट विजिट का जो जाते हैं सर डीपीआर का ग्राउंड वेरिफिकेशन के लिए उसमें पीआईयू भी साइन करता है और जो कंसर्न जो गया है एनक्यूएम गया है कोई स्टेट अपना ऑफिशियल गया है वो साइन करते हैं तो मेरा अनुरोध रहेगा कि आप उसमें मेंशन कर दीजिए अगर आप मान लीजिए एग्री नहीं कर रहे हैं आपको जो विजिटिंग ऑफिसर है वो करने के लिए तो आप अपना कंसर्न लिखिए नहीं मेरे को यहाँ पे कन्वर्ट चाहिए उस रिपोर्ट में क्योंकि जो हमारे पास रिपोर्ट आती है मैं क्लियरेंस में वो रिपोर्ट लगाता हूँ सर पेरूजल के लिए उस पे कहीं कोई इंडोर्समेंट नहीं रहता है कि और वो एग्री कर जाते हैं बट एवर दे आर सेइंग जो हमारी टीम जा रही है एनक्यूएम जा रहे हैं ग्राउंड में वेरिफिकेशन के लिए वाई पीआईयू एग्री और साइन कर देते हैं सर वही रिपोर्ट मैं लगा देता हूँ सर उसमें क्लियरेंस फाइल में सर तो दे शुड नॉट एग्री ऑन दैट पॉइंट कि भाई अगर चाहिए तो चाहिए सर
ठीक है. I think the point has been made. It is still a decision to be taken at the spot, left to the wisdom of two senior persons, the STA and the engineer, who is visiting that site. There has to be a mutual consensus and adhering to the rules and regulations, the framework, overall framework. Cost efficiency is always there. That also need not be overlooked. So now we go to the next presentation, please.
I request team to please upload the presentation.
Sir, is it visible?
Others location may please confirm, is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Good morning to respected JSRC sir, directors from MORD and NERDA, dignitaries present at various locations, ENCs, and participants present at locations and joined online also. The topic of this session is presentation of on maintenance of roads under Pmgsy. So this is, I'm audible, I think. This maintenance topic is not new, and already we are doing maintenance in other already earlier verticals of Pmgsy. But in this Pmgsy-4, we have reinforced some of maintenance clauses, and with this, this very first slide sums up the whole life cycle of a Pmgsy road. Pmgsy roads are designed for 10-year life period, and this 5-year we are covering through defect liability period, and another 5-year through post defect liability period. And E-mark is the vehicle or tool through which we are monitoring this whole process. So in the further presentations, we will just delve into the detail that how we are doing this. So next. The presentation will broadly cover Pmgsy 4 guidelines because here this workshop is more focused on the Pmgsy 4 guidelines. So what we have prescribed in this guidelines, we will discuss in detail so that all the participants becomes conversant. And then contractual provisions which are there in this Pmgsy road works. The contracts are formed based on SBT prescribed by NERDA, and then the digital tool E-mark, which has become very beneficial in managing this whole process, and the new initiatives which we are going to take to make this more system more efficient. So coming to the next slide. just a broad overview of what the scale of this PMGS-Y is. Till date, we have constructed around 7.6 lakhs kilometer of road. This is a phenomenal success in any parameter, but this also brings a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the people who have already constructed it, because we need to manage this whole, this huge, humongous assets we have created. And for this, already we had a lot of discussion yesterday, where there was more focused on how we are going to make the construction or make this PMGSY more successful. And we have discussed about the digital tools which we are going to further integrate, because one missing link was there, that we are not using it into the planning part. So planning also, now we have introduced Gati Shakti. Through Gati Shakti, we will be doing the planning. Earlier also, we were doing monitoring during the execution stage through OMAS, and then there was a E-mark already there. So, yesterday we discussed about the process which we will be doing in construction phase. But today, this discussion will be more about the systems and process for maintenance. Digital tools are very much important. There is no doubt about it, and they are the future of all the endeavors which we are going to do, because those who will miss this digital tool will lag behind. But we must understand this, that the systems and processes are very important. Digital tools are assisting us to improve or bring efficiency into our systems and process. Good morning, sir. So what is system? System is just about defining the responsibility of the people, that who will do what, in one word, responsibility, and process how it will be done. And these tools brings about the efficiency into these systems. So in this perspective, we will discuss our further in this session. So coming to the this guidelines is itself, clause 16 deals about the guidelines about maintenance of rural roads and bridges. This 16.1 briefly states about the status of the present present things, and ask about the SRRDs to build the capacities. So this we have to further construct 25,000 unconnected habitation in this PMGSY road. So next slide. So this 16.2 talks about funding arrangement for the maintenance. Just we have earlier I was saying that the systems need to be in place. So funding is very much important for any project to accomplish, because funding is just like a fuel. If you will arrange the money, the vehicle will start moving. So here the funding of the maintenance is very much clear, that it is to be arranged by the states. And how they will do it, their own creativity will come into picture. There are just some suggestions that Mandi tax cess and mining cess may be levied on the roads to collect these taxes. And here we have how much we have done through this E-mark. There is just basic statistics. Some number of packages is mentioned, that 3 lakhs, everything is humongous, because the size, we all know that the size of this PMGSY roads is very much large. Next slide. The 16.3 clause deals with it states that the executing agency must also maintain the road, because there is general philosophy is that behind this is that the one who is maintaining take ownership also. So NERDA through these guidelines has prescribed SRRDS to manage this maintenance to single agency. And this we are doing this. Rest of the process may be followed, but a single agency will help us in taking the ownership also and maintaining the assets more in a better way. Next. Clause 16.4. All are aware that we are maintaining the roads for 10 years, and cost of this maintenance is to be borne by the state. 5 year will be, we call it as the defect liability period. That has to be done through the same agency who has constructed the road, and another 5 year, the separate contract may be awarded. NERDA is already preparing the SBD for that post-DLP period, which will be soon shared with the states. And I just want to reiterate that state needs to manage these funds. And one more thing, which I should have spoken in start, that in this Pmgsy 4 guidelines, guideline 2.3 clearly states that post DLP maintenance is now mandatory. The states who will do the post DLP will only be eligible for this Pmgsy 4 sanctioning. And rest is about the formalities, that when they need to deposit their share of money into the maintenance account, 50% need to be deposited by 31st of May, and then remaining by November 30th, the whole annual maintenance expenditure. Next. And NERDA has already issued SOPs, both for DLP period and post DLP period. We need to go through it. All PIUs need to go through it and make themselves aware about the provisions. Now coming to clause 16.5. This again about it is reiterating the same thing and focusing, emphasizing more about the 5-year contract period, DLP period, which is a type of guarantee. And before relieving this that contractor, we need to do all the defects, rectify all the defects. And just to refocuses on it, that the large network requires more effective monitoring system for maintenance, which is already in place and will need to evolve with the challenges and different changes which are taking place at field. Already we have implemented a web-based digital platform. Tracking the fund utilization, tracking of fund utilization is done through that portal. The SOP is already issued. Next. I think there is some font issue. So due to some font issue, that is not, I think, not visible. That clause 16.7 was talking about the capacity building at SRRDA level, and we need to this PMG's guidelines prescribes about using a self-help group in at least in post DLP contracts. So SRRDA may think the ways to assimilate the capacity which is exist, and also develop the self-help group so that they can perform this post-DLP work at least. And even those work where the contractor, due to some any untoward incident, has left or is not able to do, there also we can think of awarding that work to to self-help groups. Clause 16.8, this prescribes something to SRRDA that what needs to be done, that prepares and submit to the state nodal department and NERDA an annual estimate of funds for proper maintenance of the rural road network taken up under PMGSY. Second, enforces a prioritization criteria for allocation of budgeted and maintenance fund. The criteria may be developed in consultation with NERDA based on the PCI, giving weightage to conditions like traffic and populations. And second, liaises with the executing agency receiving maintenance fund for rural road to ensure coordinated application of the prioritization criteria. Next. Now, one thing that this guidelines clearly mentions about rural road maintenance and asset management policy. When we are creating assets, but we need to manage it also, because if you will not properly not manage, then it will wither out and is of no use also. So maintenance is also a type of preventive thing, and we must appreciate, just like personally in our personal health also, if you take care, we do preventive checkups or health checkups, we are more productive and able to perform better. So these roads are basically assets through which our productivity of our economy is related. So any preventive maintenance or a long-term policy or asset, how to manage it, will help us in better management of this asset. So all the states are requested to devise their own asset management policies, because most of the things which now, just like E-Marg was earlier, very earlier, it was used by this MP government, and NERDA has taken the idea from that, and based on that template, this has been augmented, of course, but the many good ideas also come from the fields, because it is not always top to bottom, it is bottom to top also, and quality circles and all these things work on this concept. So all PIUs are and SRRDs, we request through this platform that they also need to devise mechanism and develop a policy, asset management policy, that how they want to manage it, because it is their asset itself. And this with this digital tool, it is now easy to integrate, because whatever the good ideas are, they are only implementable when their times come, because this GIS is existing from around 25 years at least. It is available and mature also. But with the growth of this mobile technology, now it has become more easy to implement at grassroots level. So now we are around 10 years ago, this Jio Sadak app and all this may not be possible to implement, but now everybody is having mobile and very much conversant to use the applications also. So the time is now to use it and implement at a larger scales. So the same GIS platform may also be used in managing this rural road assets, and a policy must be devised considering that also. This is a basic workflow, and maybe taken as an architecture for developing that rural asset policy, planning, budgeting, execution, monitoring of large number of roads involvement of contractor, assessment of performance, scrutinies of bill, keeping evidence. Many things are already done on eMark. So data may flow to and fro also. And it should, next. Now coming to this SBD provisions, because contract is the basic binding medium through which executing agencies and SRRDA are bound. It defines the responsibility of each stakeholder. So we need to be very much clear, and also under everyone who is implementing or who is executing the contract must know the provisions. If they know the provisions, then it is very much possible that they will also be able to do it correctly also. Because what a contract provisions at least state what is the minimum which both the parties need to do. Of course, when both the parties agree, the sky is the limit under any contract, but at least minimum is defined through the contracts. So everyone must know the minimum. The SBD provision clause number 32 deals with the correction of defects noticed during the defect liability period and routine maintenance of the road for 5 years. So this clause states that the engineer shall give notice to the contractor for any defect before the end of the defect liability period, because after that, once you have given the completion, the contractor is free and is not bound by any of your orders or the contract provisions. The defect liability period shall be extended for as long as the defect remains to be corrected. So here you have the power to extend the defect liability period also if it is prior intimated, the defects are priorly intimated. Every time notice of the defect is given, the contractor shall correct the notified defects within the duration of time specified by the engineer's notice. The contractor shall do routine maintenance of road, including pavement road, sides of and cross drains, including the surface drain to be required standards, and in the manner as defined in clause 1.1 of this general conditions of contract, and keep the entire road surface and structure in defect-free condition during the entire maintenance period, which begins from the completion date and end after 5 years. Next. Clause 32, correction of defects noticed, the same clause 32.4, the routine maintenance standard shall meet the following minimum requirement. Just I was stating that the contract actually defines the minimum responsibility of each participant stakeholders. More is always welcome, both can do. So these are the minimum technical requirements which is prescribed. The potholes on the road surface to be repaired soon after they appear or brought to his notice, either during the contractor's monthly inspection or by the engineer. Road shoulder to be maintained in proper conditions, because shoulders are not maintained that properly, and due to some land constraint also, many a time it happens. Then clearing of surface drain, including reshaping to maintain free flow of water, cleaning of culverts and pits for free flow of water, maintenance of road signs, pavement marking and other traffic control devices. Any other maintenance operation required to keep the road traffic worthy at all times during the maintenance period. Next. To fulfill the objective laid down in the subclause 32.3, 32.4, the contractor shall undertake detailed inspection of the road at least once in a month. These are also covered in this same process is mapped in the eMark also. The same provisions have been mapped. So all may be knowing it, but mentioning here is just to bring into everyone notice from where it is coming. So this workshop, when we have gathered for the workshop, we must know that the things which we are doing, what is the source of that, from where it is derived, and this will help us in better interpreting or implementing it also. in the real life situations. The engineers may issue notice to the contractor to carry out maintenance of defect. If any noticed in his inspection or brought to his notice, the contractor shall remove the defect with the period specified in the notice and submit to the engineer a compliance report. Uncorrected defects. If the defects are uncorrected, then what are the provisions? If the contractor has not corrected a defect pertaining to defect liability period under clause 32.1 and clause 32.2 of the conditions of contract to the satisfaction of engineer, within the time specified in the engineer notice, the engineer will assess the cost of having the defect corrected. The contractor will pay this amount on correction of the defect. So we can recover the cost which will be incurred for doing that rectification of that defect. So it will be something like we can award the work on the risk and cost of the existing contractor if he is unable to do the rectification of the defects. Next. The payment criteria is also very clearly mentioned. We are following it in the EMARC, but just to, again, I am reiterating that we must know the source so that we will be able to clearly interpret the clause, because most of the time in real life also, we don't know the source and go by the hussy, and this and the confusion generally emanates through that. So all the PIUs, those who are implementing, they must have this contract document in their hand and refer directly through that. And all the tools are based on this only. Basis of payment. Payment for routine maintenance is performance based. This EMARC DLP contract is a performance based maintenance contract. What is performance based maintenance contract? Earlier it was BOQ based. So there were a lot of difficulties, and the measuring the work is also a very tedious job. So this performance based contract is a radical shift not only the way which the work is done, but the philosophy is also changed here. Here we are evaluating the roads on the performance criteria, serviceability criteria. And serviceability is the key of evaluating the performance. So assessment method, contractor submits monthly bill through EMAR, then RI and EAPE are done. Performance evaluation criteria are clearly defined, and there are 12 broad performance criteria, and marks have been assigned to all the constituents. Then the criteria of payment is that during the PE, if the evaluator assigns less than 80% to less than 80 marks, then the no payment will be done, because the road is found substandard. And if there is 80 to 100%, between 80 and 100 marks, the proportionate pro rata basis payment will be approved. 100 points full payment. And there is further there are further points that if any two segments score below 80, or if any segment consistently score below 80, no payment will be made for the entire road. Next. This is about routine inspection and performance evaluation, which I have already mentioned. Most of the you will be knowing it. This for RI and PE, the road is divided into 1 kilometer stretch or part thereof. And this EMARC app or by auto mode give the stretch of the road where one has to do the inspection. My bill submission, monthly bill must be submitted by the 10th of the following month via EMAR. I just request everyone to please concentrate. I know that this is, I just request everyone to please concentrate. This is quite boring for you, because I'm reiterating. You all may be knowing the process. Payments are certified by the engineer based on the performance with 6 monthly payments. If the contractor fails to carry out the maintenance within the specified period, no payment will be made for that month. Next. This is about earlier mechanism where we were doing the payment through bill of quantities, BOQ based mechanism. In that, this flow charts clearly depicts the whole process, that the contractor submits the physical bill for the maintenance of road, then the bill based on the quantity of the material, PIU receives the bill, PIU inspects the road, PIU verifies the bill is genuine, the account officer adds taxes on the bill, bill gets approved, a check is sent to the contractor, record of payment is updated manually. So this cycle of payment is started from the contractor submitting the bill, payment to the contractor based on the quantity of work executed, not on the quality of road. And that becomes a very subjective things also, that and there are, you all are very experienced people, so you may be knowing that it is a tedious job. So next. Now here we have just provided a comparison between the earlier and now provisions. Earlier the bill submitted was done manually, now bill is submitted in one click with fixed maximum monthly amount, monthly alerts for bill submission, no dispute around the date of submission of the bill. Bill is to be submitted before 10th of the every month, otherwise it will not be considered for the payment. And the onus lies with the contractor. Routine inspection. The bill is to be submitted every month, but the inspection is to be done bi-monthly, and that is through Pmgsy-Iv. Then the verification of the bill amount calculated by the system based on the marks awarded in the PE criteria. There is no ambiguity on that how much payment will be done. The marks, once the marks are assigned, bill will be automatically calculated based on the pro rata basis. Photograph clicked in RI are used for the base of these evaluations. So it is not, now it is not also, it is a very, it has become objective. The records based on which the evaluator has done the evaluation will be maintained in the eMark portal itself. So any time it can be verified or it can be checked by anyone. Next. Voucher generation. System generated with automatic tax deduction under ETC under account officer login and DCS for digital signing of vouchers. Payment digital directly into the contractor account, single account per contractor, transactions sent to accounting software automatically by API. Now no checks and all this, it will be done automatically. Payment only based on the month where minimum serviceability or performance. Payment is linked with the service criteria. It is a very customer-centric approach also. If you are not receiving the service, then why we will do the payment? So this is a cost saving also and a customer-centric approach. Data analytics, process level monitoring, reports, reviews, photographs, GIS, everything is also archived also, which can be assessed and at any later stage and reviewed by the higher ups or competent authorities who want to review the whole process. Next. Defect liability period. This already I have mentioned that performance-based maintenance contract, we are operating under this. Payments are based on how well the contractor manages to comply with the performance standard or service standard defined in the contract and not a piece of work. In PMBC, the contractor has to keep the road in good riding condition throughout the year. No separate measurements are required. Only routine inspection is to be done bi-monthly. Any deficiency found during the inspection is to be attended by the contractor. The payments are made on the based on the predefined performance metrics. Execution of PMBC. This is the basic flow of the activities which are done during this PMBC contract. Every 2 months, P along with RI. For P, road is divided into a kilometer-wise segment. During P, maintenance condition of the road is evaluated. If P is less than 80, which I have previously also explained, and most of the people are aware also, because since it is already in execution stage. Next. This is the performance matrix, the 12 basic performance parameters on which the road serviceability of the road is to be judged, evaluated, and every criteria, some marks has been assigned. That is 50% marks is for the maintenance of bituminous surface and or WBM and roads, and rest some marks is given to all the criteria. So holistically, the road parameters has been covered. Next. This is the flow chart of how this activities are moving in this E-mark, are performed in this E-mark monitoring. The online registration of the contractor, generation of e-bills, submission of e-bills of the contractor on one click. Similarly, simultaneously, the inspection done through mobile app by uploading photos. Then the performance evaluation is done based on that photographs, processing of bill based on the marks obtained during the PE, and then the payment is automatically released to the contractor. Next. This is the E-mark inspection app and E-mark notification app. Next. E-mark national. Now, see, just what I told earlier, that these digital tools are bringing efficiency into our systems and process. First, we must be thorough with the systems and process. Then we will know that how efficiency can be brought into it. So now E-mark National AI is bringing efficiency into the evaluation process done by the evaluators. So suppose evaluators are assigning the marks based on the photographs or their physical site verifications. So we have observed that there are anomalies into the assigning the marks. Sometimes the road quality was good, but the marks assigned was relatively less, and vice versa was also true. So this AI suggests that you have, based on the previous photographs and data, it suggests that the marks assigned seems to be in variation with the data which our system had. So PIU has the option to change the marks based on the suggestions. And one more thing, that if he has not changed or not done, this is also recorded into the data, and anybody who can review that the suggestion has been provided by the AI, but this suggestion has been rightly so, or maybe AI may not be that accurate. So even that process can also be evaluated, that how evaluators are acting on the input provided by the AI. Next. This is the just a case example is provided here. Just this is a road condition, good, but marks on the lower side has been provided. Then how the national AI give the notification on that. Next. A notification is issued to the PIU that are you sure you still want to approve your marks? Just so if PIU disagrees with it and he still go along with his own judgment, then he can do it. But onus lies with the PIU. But whatever decision he will take, it will be recorded, and future verification can be done. So this is a good addition. Next. Next. Similarly, road condition good, but marks on the lower side. Next. Earlier it was provided 79. So this again, next. The AI again sent the notification that about it. Then PIU has the option of either continue with the marks assigned, or they may change based on the feedback provided by the AI. Next. Please change the slide. Next. Again, this is the same thing. Next. Next. Already explained. Then now we are trying to introduce the QR-based citizen-centric feedback system also, and we are thinking about integrating these feedback into the national AIE or this RI or PE also. Suppose a QR code for every road will be assigned, where any citizen with his mobile application can give the feedback, take photographs, attach it, and that attached photograph may be linked or integrated with the RI of the road, which will be done by the PIUs. So it will be additional photographs, not only from the PIUs, but from the citizens provided during the RI. So it will enrich our whole system. So we are planning to introduce. Already six states have done this pilot. Feedback has been taken, and informal communications with other states has also been done. And very soon we will be rolling this also. And it is going to further bring the efficiency into the whole road maintenance process. This tool can also be used for taking the user satisfaction surveys also. Earlier, simply this tools are making the things radically changing the whole paradigm, because earlier for taking the surveys we need to hire a whole agency or a whole system. Now if we rightly design the questionnaire, and this GIS based tools will be very much helpful in taking the feedbacks. Just now other apps are also taking, other service apps we are taking, they are taking feedback about the delivery and all this. We can also take the feedbacks from the customers. Our customers are the rural people who are using this, and these tools can be very beneficial. So with this, I just only like to emphasize that in a growing country like India, generally our focus is more on growth. It should rightly be also, but we also need to maintain the already existing or already created assets, and laid down procedures must be followed, and we need to further strengthen them. Thank you all. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Tripathi sir. बहुत अच्छा presentation था. We have a opportunity कि GS साथ में है. जो अभी प्रेवेलिंग आपका ई-मार्क चल रहा है, उसके अंदर जो इश्यूज हैं, इसके 7-8 इश्यूज हैं, उसके संबंध में जीओ सर ने कल ही लेटर एक ड्राफ्ट की है, मतलब रिक्वेस्ट की है जीएस सर से. उस पर हम डिटेल में बात कर लेंगे. पर दो इश्यूज सर हमारे थे. एक तो जो ब्रिजेस हमने बनाए आफ्टर सैंक्शन ऑफ NRDA, वो हमारे ऑफलाइन हम पेमेंट कर रहे हैं. उसकी वजह से सर ये हो रहा है कि ओमास पे उसकी आपने आउटसाइड एंट्री बंद कर दी, तो हमारे अकाउंट क्लोज नहीं होंगे. दूसरा, ई मार्ग पे कुछ इश्यूज के कारण रोड्स नहीं आ पाए. जैसे एक रोड है A से B, उसका कुछ पार्ट फॉरेस्ट में था और वो हमने फोरक्लोज कर दिया. उसके बाद हमको परमिशन इसकी मिली, हमने उसको रोड को बना दिया. हमने बनाया PMGSY के पैसे से ही, पर चूंकि 2 टाइम कंप्लीट किया तो 2 डेट ऑफ कंप्लीशन है, तो वो रोड कोड एक ही आ रहा है, तो उसमें से एक रोड ही उसके अंदर जा पा रही है और एक रोड क्या ऑफलाइन जा रही है। इसी तरह से आरआई हमको कंप्लीशन होने कर रहे हैं या ई मार्ग पर नहीं आने के दूसरे कारण, जैसे एक प्रकरण ये है कि ओमास पे अगर डेट ऑफ कंप्लीशन गलत डल गया तो वो आगे बढ़ ही नहीं पा रहा है। तो ऐसे इश्यूज में जब हम ऑफलाइन पेमेंट कर रहे हैं तो वो फैसिलिटी हमको मिलनी चाहिए जिससे कि हमारे अकाउंट क्लोज हो पाए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir. You have pointed very rightly. Just like कि जो bridges हैं sir, अभी क्या है कि there are two components in any road. एक तो road construction है and then there is a bridges. तो bridges are entirely a different type of structures. They are more governed by hydraulics and their design life are also different. Recently we have a very good workshop in Bhubaneswar organized under leadership of Devendra sir and Jas sir have taken very good initiatives. So a SOP is already under preparation, SOP for bridge maintenance. So as soon as this SOP is released, we will try to integrate that performance parameters on which that bridges, once the SOP for the bridge maintenance will be released, which is already under preparation. So when this SOP will be released, the performance criteria can be mapped. Just I am explaining the process. We are thinking that once that SOP will be used, the performance criteria will be mapped in this EMAR, and then both the roads and the bridges will come onto the same platform. So that can be done, which I think. And regarding that, you have asked about offline payment. Achha. Now,
Hello. Hello, sir. Sir, this is from West Bengal. I do like to raise one question. That in PMGSY, post DLP maintenance is done through EMAR. And in EMAR, the existing carriageway width, it is what has sanctioned in originally sanctioned, that carriageway width is pushed through EMAR. But in places like West Bengal, in certain places, there is unnatural growth of traffic. So, if there is a need to widen the road in intermediate lane or like that, if a provision can be made separately in EMATS, especially for widening or strengthening of the road, because the post DLP is for 5 plus 5, 10 years of 10 years. Then, and the entire thing is managed by a state government fund, and on the PMGSY asset management is concerned, and if it is done through EMAR, then it will be it will be quite helpful for us to manage the whole system.
Got your problem. Actually, presently this PMGSY 4 doesn't cater for this widening. It is like upgradation. So you have rightly pointed out that the growth has beyond the prediction which we have taken. And in India also, or in any growing country, predicting is a very big challenge.
No, Sridhar, he is asking about E-Mark. He's saying that
sir,
the road is there. He's not talking about PMGS54. He's saying that the road is there in the post-ELP module maybe, and they want to do a widening. Does your software support the inclusion of these details? Technically, it means upgradation. You know, technically you have gone in for upgradation.
But if it is done through EMARC, then it could be and the asset management.
Okay, I get it. So let us note it. And if states want to, through their own fund, if they want to do something, let them be allowed to do it. So we'll make provision. So kindly do note it. Should allow the states to do the changes beyond the post DL, beyond the 5-year period. If they want to do something, let it be facilitated by this.
Yes, sir. Because actually, anyway, state is funding the whole
Yes.
process. So if they want to do it, we will
Yes.
technologically we will definitely support them.
So, but the only thing is their maintenance policy. I don't know how your maintenance policy is taking care of these aspects. You have to also include that in your maintenance policy because I think that is getting mapped onto it. So, apart from us specifying, RI or initial rehabilitation and this and that. So, if some kind of widening also is required, so let that also be mapped onto EMA.
Because some roads, a number of roads are like that, then it has to be, now it is, get it out from EMAR. So that is a problem. But it is originally is a PMGSY work.
So you will be working, Sridhar, on not only the post DLP up to 10 years, but maybe Madhya Pradesh and all they are wanting for 20 years also.
Yeah,
So
yes, sir.
let it be flexible. If somebody wants to continue, let them be enabled in using this platform.
Sure, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Sir, I'm the NMO of Mizoram. I have two questions. Question number one is, there is a road in which the bill submitted is continuously zero, even if it is submitted on time and the PE score is above 80. And my second question is, in Myanmar borders, where there are GPS problems, RI could not be conducted properly. So in that case, what should be the solution?
Actually, sir, Jay sir, can I come in, sir, to clarify, because the things are to be, because this is an opportunity to clarify the things. I am Pradeep Agarwal.
Yeah, please come.
Yeah, actually, I'll just clarify. The West Bengal thing was discussed quite in a length, which is, I just want to clarify that all the provisions are there. So I hope that the West Bengal, the officer who raised this query, he has already been trained on post 5-year. And everybody there sitting there knows this thing, that in our SOP for the post 5-year, for the widening of road, for doing the initial rectification, for correcting the thing, for increasing the crust thickness, every provision is included in the SOP as well as in the module. I am surprised what West Bengal wants to tell. Wanting to do it actually. So everything is there. JSSR has said that we should provide this provision. These provisions have already been provided in the post 5-year, and there are 4 components. Again, I am reiterating here. One is rectification, wherein all the widening and the other crust thicknesses and everything can be done. The second part is renewal. Third part is the routine maintenance. Fourth is the emergency repair. So everything can be done, and it is provided there. I'll again request the West Bengal officer to ask for the clarification where he got stuck in the his own interpretation.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, I am from Vijayawada, sir. I have got 3 questions, sir.
Just hold on.
Officer who was
So he's asking, yes. So he's asking that he wants to enhance the carriageway width. So that is.
Yeah, it's there already. It is already there. I'm surprised how it has been raised, this question. So probably this is a right platform to clarify the doubts in the people's mind. The EMAG has put all this provision, and every state is doing that.
Okay, sir. Noted,
Yes, sir.
we will see. If any problem appears, then we will give contact.
There is no problem. Please try to understand and read the SOP very, very clearly, because these are the very basic questions which should be clear in everybody's mind.
We can discuss.
And kindly look into the SOP and kindly look into the EMAG module.
So Vijayawada, there was a question. Quickly, Vijayawada.
Sir, excuse me, sir. I am from Vijayawada, sir. I have got 3 questions, sir. One is, if a road is executed for 9 kilometers, the total length of the road is 12 kilometers initially. But in EMARC maintenance, it is asking to capture up to 0/0, from 0/0 to 9/0 only. but the actually road length executed beyond 9/0 also. This problem is we are encountering from PMGSY phase 2 itself, sir. That is one problem, sir. Even though the work is executed beyond 9 kilometers, as the proposed length and executed length is only 9 kilometers, the total length of the road is more than 9 kilometers. It is not allowing us to capture maintenance beyond 9 kilometers. That is one question, sir. And second question is, the artificial intelligence warning is giving, with my own experience I am telling, sir, it is always warning when marks are awarded more only. When marks are awarded less, it is not warning to give more marks, sir. This is my personal experience. And third point is, only JE is capturing in the app photographs and he is pushing directly to PIU in charge executive engineer. The subdivisional engineer is not made part of maintenance at any stage, sir. Some of the subdivisional engineers are not taking it seriously, the maintenance part. So I request you to include the subdivisional engineer cadre also to push the maintenance e-mark photographs for evaluation through subdivisional engineer to executive engineer PIU in charge who is making project performance evaluation, sir. These are my all three questions, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, okay, I'll just clarify. One is 9 kilometer and 12 kilometers. So your OMAS length, whatever you entered. Now the issue is that the state, they have the freedom to do all the mistakes while entering the data into the OMAS. So OMAS, if you have entered the data as 12 kilometer and if the completion is given for the 12 kilometer, the EMARC will take this data of 12 kilometer only and it will ask to do the RI for the 12 kilometer. But again, to counter this issue, because all the mistakes were done in the OMAS, the date of completion is written wrongly. The length of completion is written wrongly. The carriageway width is written wrongly. The traffic category is written wrong. Okay, so we had given the provision. You may not be aware. Kindly become yourself aware that in the EMAR, while you are pushing, while the work is pushed from the OMAS, EMAR gives you the provision of correcting all these mistakes. So once you do correcting of all these mistakes, then the work is called freezed. So the two warnings are given. Do you want these correction? Yes. So then once you say yes, then the PIU only can freeze the work. So once it is freezed and locked, then all the conditions what are existing onto the ground is recorded. Even if you have done the mistake there, so then God only can help you if you are doing mistake all the time. So this is one clarification. Kindly look into it and please be aware about it and look into the SOP and look into the EMAG module, the EMAG instructions given onto the EMAG website. One. Second thing for the AI. In the first slide itself, what Mr. Tripathi has shown, the marks which are given lower, on the lower side, the first slide itself says that please increase the mark. First, so there is a provision, one. Second thing, AI is only for the assistance or for to keep the supervision, extra supervision over the human intended or unintended mistakes. So why you want the AI to be given, AI to give you warning when you yourself you are seeing the road condition and you must give the mark and you should be confident on it. AI is just only the tool where the intended or unintended mistakes are done. So please be depend upon your own inspection and on your own eyes. Okay. Third one is J is capturing. So presently it is given that the J will capture the photographs and the AE and the PIU will give the marks. So you have got all the liberty, AE and PIU has got all the liberty to give marks, whatever marks you want to give, and you have got all the liberty to inspect the road. AE or the JE or the executive engineer can inspect the road in addition to the inspection, mandatory inspection provided in the EMAR. So there is a provision for extra, there are the mandatory RI and then the supervisor RI. So please use the supervisor RI methodology, wherein either you give the marks as per your assessment or you take the additional photograph. There is no restriction. Any officer can visit the road or anybody can visit the road and can take the photograph and can give the marks. So my request to you and to all the state is kindly look into the SOPs. Please read the SOP. Please read the instructions. Most of your doubts and the confusion will get resolved then and there. And we conduct the refresher training also. There you take the training and the NMO of the state should help the officers in refreshing their knowledge and other doubts.
Sir, I'm the NMO of Mizoram. I have two questions. Question one, there is a road in which the bill amount is repeatedly zero, even if the bill is submitted on time and the PE score is above 80. And question number two, there are some border areas in which there is GPS problem, where we could not conducted this RI properly. So what could be the solution in those cases?
Actually, this is nice that you raised this question here, and this same question you raised to me also personally several times, and the several time I have given the reply that wherever you are facing the real GPS problem, where the signals are not coming, you please write to the NRIDA with the name of the work, with the screenshot, and we'll give you the option to do it offline.
Sir, we have
So
sent
this
the screenshot on several occasions, and so far we have not received any response on this matter.
So the point is that once you have sent, it will be examined and it will be exempted if it is really so after examining the thing. So this is what my reply to all the state here for your specific letter. You have mentioned it. We'll look into it and we'll resolve it, and we will give you the provision. Second thing, repeatedly the bill is becoming zero. So this cannot be an isolated problem of the Mizoram. If the roads are bad and if the conditions are not met, if the RI is not done, if the bill is not submitted, it will be zero. It cannot be in isolation that only the Mizoram bills are becoming zero, because this is system driven. There is no manual intervention. So the system has been checked for the last 2-3 years, and then if your bills are becoming zero without any reason, first of all, it is not possible and feasible. But then you refer me the specific case and to it. But kindly look into your own data also, wherein all the things are being done properly in time.
Good morning,
Sir,
good morning, sir.
Jammu we have.
Good morning, yes. Good morning. Speaking from Madhya Pradesh Rural Road Development Authority. My engineer in chief clarify about the problems. Just again, I would like to bring your kind notice. जहाँ तक हमारे यहाँ सर, जैसा कि पता है कि जो ब्रिजेज के डीएलपी का पेमेंट का प्रोविजन है वो ई मार्ग में नहीं है, तो अभी हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट यूनिट्स जो है उसको मैनुअली पेमेंट करती है। लेकिन चूंकि हमारा अकाउंट जो है ओमास बेस्ड है, तो पहले हमारा 140.01 जो हेड है उसमें मैनुअल उसको एंट्री का प्रोविजन था। अभी वो चूंकि ब्लॉक है, तो हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट यूनिट जो पेमेंट कर रही है ब्रिजेज के डीएलपी का, उसको अपने उसमें अकाउंट फार नहीं कर पा रही सर, तो जिसके कारण उसका अकाउंट क्लोज नहीं हो पा रहा। तो मेरा ये निवेदन है कि जो अभी वो ब्लॉक है, जब तक ये इंटीग्रेशन नहीं हो जाता है तो उसको हेड को चालू कर दिया जाए, ताकि वो लोग जो ब्रिजेज का पेमेंट कर रहे हैं।
ये आपने बताया और विजय गुप्ता जी ने, इंजीनियरिंग चीफ ने भी बताया। चलिए मैं आपको क्लेरिफाई कर देता हूँ यहाँ पे, दैट हैज बीन क्लेरिफाइड ऑन सेवरल ओकेजन आल्सो. We noticed for various states including MP that the payment for maintenance, DLP maintenance payment, more than 50 crore on number of works have been paid under the DLP code head for the works for which the defect liability period was already exceeded. This was discussed with the Vijay Gupta ji also, and the letter was sent by the NRIDA to all these defaulting states, and this is still being resolved by the MPRRDA. And the MPRRDA is still finding where this mistake has happened, why the DLP payment after the defect liability period offline has been paid. So to keep such kind of wrong entry or the wrong payments, this has been blocked. So now, listen. So I just request all the state where the DLP payment after the defect liability period has been entered into the OMAS to an extent of more than 50 crore, please send the clarification. After getting the clarification and satisfied reply, these OMAS payment for the bridge inspection and bridge maintenance will be opened for the particular bridges which you will send to us. Now it will not be kept open that whatever amount is to be entered and the coded may be wrong, the payment is wrong, whatever it is wrong. So this is just to help you to keep your balance sheet correct, because the balance sheet will be generated very wrong and it will be a wrong data and a wrong financial, maybe the irregularity or the financial mismanagement.
नहीं, थैंक यू सर. हम आपके नॉलेज के लिए बताना चाहेंगे सर कि हमारा वो जो 50 करोड़ का लेटर आया था, मोर देन 90% जो हमारा रिकंसिलेशन हो गया है, हम जल्दी से आपको
तो आपको
रिप्लाई भेज देंगे
आपको
सर।
क्वेश्चन पूछने से पहले ये बोल देना चाहिए था ना, लेकिन मैं बोलना
जी।
नहीं चाह रहा था सारी स्टेट के सामने। तो आप
दूसरा
आप सुनिए। पॉइंट ये है कि सिंस आईटी मैनेजमेंट होता है और आईटी मैनेजमेंट का मतलब होता है टू कीप द डाटा एंड द रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट। सो इफ so many mistakes are being done, then the data integrity is doubtful. So before raising this point, I think you could have said that this has happened. So fortunately, I was knowing the thing and I am present in the conference so that I can reply. My request to all the state is kindly raise your queries and the questions, but before raising the queries and questions, please examine yourself also, because we are here to help you and not to get bogged down with so many issues which may not be required to be resolved, which are already resolved. Okay.
प्रदीप जी वेल नोटेड, विद इन ए वीक हम इसको रिस्पॉन्ड
हाँ, आपसे बात हुई थी मेरी, and we are very much concerned that the balance sheets will get really distorted and these are to be resolved. Thank you so much.
सर झारखंड से बोलना चाहता हूँ सर।
झारखंड मनीष जी, since I will take this opportunity and pardon me for taking this opportunity, because all states and the SRRDAs and the NRIDA is one close-knit family. Everyone knows everybody's, listen. Everybody knows everybody's performance. Here on the platform, I am just trying to encourage you and trying to give you this thing that the EMARC is to be implemented very, very properly. And here I am constrained to say, and pardon me for saying this, that Jharkhand has been at the back end of the EMARC, and even the worst possible state for the EMARC implementation, you can understand to which state it is. So I'll request you, because Jharkhand के बोर्ड का मुझे पता है, एंड ये आपको हेल्प करेगा, आपके चीफ इंजीनियर भी वहां पे होंगे, एंड सिंस द होल फैमिली इज हियर, सो प्लीज डोंट नॉट टेक इट एज अदरवाइज।
कर रहा है सर झारखंड, बहुत सारी चीजें आप लोगों ने।
अरे मनीष जी, जब मैं इतना सब पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म पे बोल रहा हूँ, अब मैं डाटा दिखाना शुरू कर दूंगा तो बहुत गंदा लगेगा। तो मैं जस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी ले रहा हूँ।
Let us move ahead. So
अच्छा नहीं बोलिए मनीष जी, अपनी
एक हमारे यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री ग्राम सड़क सुदृढ़ीकरण योजना चल रही है, उससे हमारे स्टेट की जितने भी पोस्ट 5 इयर्स की सड़कें हैं उसको अपग्रेड किया जा रहा है बीएमबीसी के साथ। सर ये चूंकि अभी ई मार्क के थ्रू भी पोस्ट डीएलपी करना है, तो सर हमें एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है जिसमें हम अपने डेटा को उसमें पोर्ट कर पाते हैं, ताकि आपको भी पता चलता है कि हमने कौन सी पीएमजीआई की सड़कों को पोस्ट 5 ईयर डीएलपी में मुख्यमंत्री ग्राम सड़क सुदृढ़ीकरण योजना से इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। तो सर एक ही रोड का 2 बार तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो नहीं सकता, और स्टेट खुद अपनी एक स्कीम निकाली हुई है जिससे ये चल रहा, तो हम क्या करना चाहिए सर?
मनीष जी, ये आपको बहुत अच्छे से पता है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि पोर्टल मिलना चाहिए। आप यदि दूसरे कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और दूसरा पीडब्ल्यूडी आपके पीएमजीआई रोड को यदि अपग्रेड करता है, तो ओमास में ऑलरेडी प्रोविजन है कि आप रिन्यूअल की डिटेल उसमें फीड इन करें। कई स्टेट करती हैं, जैसे यूपी करता है, अदर स्टेट करता है, तो आपके पास ऑलरेडी पोर्टल है मनीष जी। आप इतने पुराने ऑफिसर्स हैं, आपको पता है। तो ओमास में आप एंटर करिए, जो दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने आपके पीएमजीआई रोड का रिन्यूअल किया है। सेकेंड थिंग, जब पोस्ट 5 ईयर आ गया है, तो आपको पोस्ट 5 ईयर रिन्यूअल ईमार मॉड्यूल के थ्रू करना है। चाहे वो पीडब्ल्यूडी कर रही है, उनको मॉड्यूल बता दीजिए एंड वो कर लेंगे उसको, तो उसमें अपग्रेड हो जाएगा। तो 2 पोर्टल हैं आपके पास, एक ओमास और ईमार फॉर द पोस्ट 5 ईयर।
So Manish ji, what I'll request you, you should do a pilot, जो भी है आपका टेस्ट केस करिए, उसको डालिए, और अगर कोई दिक्कत आती है तो बताइए, नहीं तो आई थिंक यू विल बी एबल टू सेल थ्रू। जो बताया है एसओपी को एक बार ध्यान से पढ़ लीजिएगा, एसओपी के अंतर्गत जो भी प्रावधान है उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए आप करिए। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है? वी आर रनिंग अ बिट बिहाइंड शेड्यूल, और वी टेक अप द नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन नाउ। आई थिंक वी शुड गो टू द नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन, क्वालिटी।
थैंक यू सर।
Acha, so I'm reminded that it is time for tea break. So now we should take a tea break, a well-earned tea break, and kindly do continue the discussion. So we again come back at 12. At 12, so we'll try to come back at 12 and start with the quality.
So good afternoon, everybody. So our state of Andhra Pradesh is very happy to host you for this 2-day workshop. As a token of memory, our engineering chief wants to give a small memento to all the participants who came all the way from other states other than Andhra Pradesh. Now I invite the participants to come and take the memento. I request the ENC to come. దీప్తి ఒకసారి మెమెంటోస్ ఇవ్వండి అమ్మా ఒక రబ్బర్ ఎత్తండి ఏం సార్ పిలుస్తా సార్ అవి పెట్టావా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయా అవునా సార్ మెమెంటో పేరు నాకు ఇస్తాను తీసుకెళ్ళండి హలో షీట్ ఏది Sir, first of all, I request the Honorable Under Secretary, Sri Rajiv Rana, to take the memento, sir. Now I request Sri Rajneesh Kumar, AD from NRDA. Now I request Sri Kiran Kumar, young civil engineer from NRDA. Now I request Sri Lalit Kumar. Now I request Sri Pulkit Narola. Now I request Sri Varun Shaukya. Now I request Sri Miss Rekha Singh. Now I request Sri Kumar Sarthak from Bishak Gatishakti. Has he left? He is coming? Who is left? Okay, now I request Rohit Sharma. Okay, sir. Now I request Sri Rohit Sharma, project engineer. Now I request Sri CSRK Prasad, PTA, from NIT Warangal. Now I request Srimati Surya Rama, STA from JNT Kakinada. Now I request Sri Anil Kumar, Chief Engineer from Kerala. Now I request Sri Saji Clement, Empowered Officer from Kerala. I request Sri Jose P. John, Nodal Officer from Andaman and Nicobar. Now I request Sri P. Sabid, JE from Andaman and Nicobar. Now I request Ms. Shobha, Financial Controller from Karnataka. Now I request Sri Veeraswamy, Account Senior Assistant from Karnataka. Now I request Sri A. Kuttalingam, Super Engineer from Tamil Nadu. Now I request Sri V. Venkateshan, Super Engineer and SQC from Tamil Nadu. Now I request Sri Ganashankar, Assistant Executive Engineer and ITNO from Tamil Nadu. Now I request Sri K. Balamurugan, Assistant Engineer GIS from Tamil Nadu. Now I request Sri Siddharth, Assistant Engineer from Tamil Nadu. Now I request Sri S. Muthu E from Puducherry. Now I request Sri Silvai Nathan, JE PWD from Puducherry. Now I request Sri B.V. Subbarao, SQC from Telangana. From SQC from Telangana, sir. Sri Subbarao garu, B.V. Subbarao. Now I request Sri Mujib, Executive Engineer from Telangana. Now I request Sri G. Narendra Prasad, DE ITNO from Telangana. Now I request Sri Lavakumar from Telangana. Sri Lavakumar. Next I request Sri D. Prasanna Kumar. Oh, so he is coming, sir. Now I request Sri K. Chandrasekhar Gupta, Financial Controller from Telangana. Now I request Chandrasekhar Garu to take the memento, please. Now I would like to invite some of our participants from our state government also. I request Sri Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Engineer. From Telangana, your good name, please? Mr. I request Sri Lavakumar to take the memento, please. Now I request Sri Sai Srivastava from Telangana. Now I request Sri Prabhakar Reddy Garu, the project advisor from our government of Andhra Pradesh. Now I request Sri Y. Narasimha Rao Garu, advisor from government of Andhra Pradesh. Now I request Sri Brahmay Garu, Superengineer, Guntur District. SC Guntur. Next I request Sri Ashok Kumar, SC Nellore. Okay, sir. 5 minutes late. Request A.V. Srinivas, SC Kakinada. Next. Now I request SC Guntur to receive the memento. SC Kadapa, Srinivas Reddy. Lera? Ramanamurthy SC Yelur. Now I request our Chief SC Vijayanagaram, Srinivas. MC Rasul sir. Now I request our ENC to give memento to our Chief Engineer Sri Subbareddy garu. Now I request our Engineering Chief to give memento to our Chief Engineer Srimati Vijay Kumar garu. So even with a short notice, we could conduct this with the support from our Engineering Chief. So I request our Chief Engineers to give memento to our Engineering Chief also.
Sir, host of this session, Sri Raman Rao garu, SCPR Krishna sir.
So now I request our Under Secretary sir to give memento to our ENC, and I request Sri Rajneesh also to come onto the dais. Kiran Kumar, please, 1 minute, please. ఎవరున్నారు ఎవరు ముగ్గురు పిలుద్దాం పిలుద్దాం మొమెంట్ వచ్చారా ఇంకోటి తీసుకోండి. Now I request Sri Ramesh garu, DPRO. Yes. ఎవరున్నారు DPRO ఎవరున్నారమ్మా? అమ్మా ఎవరి పేరు? Now I request Sri Jad Ramesh garu, DPRO, Vijayawada. No, please. అయిపోయి సార్ అందరికి ఇచ్చాం. రెండు పేర్లే, ఓన్లీ 2 names, ఓన్లీ ఇద్దరే. శ్రీ జి ముత్యం బాబు, శ్రీనివాసరావు, DPRO. Thank you, sir. Statewide group photo. Sir, now session is going to be started. DPR, please. ఆయన పేరు ఒకసారి సార్. DPR ఆయన పేరు అనంతపురం. ఆయన పేరు ఏం పేరు సార్? రామకృష్ణ. Now I request Sri Ramakrishna Reddy garu, DPRO, to receive the memento. Sir, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for obliging our small mementos, and I thank our Engineer in Chief to grace this occasion. Now the session is going to be started, and thank you.
So we are making appropriate provision that you will be uploading laboratory photograph with geo coordinates as you have been doing. And whenever there is a change, that change has to be updated immediately on the website. So no further this kind of issues that it has been shifted and we are not aware. Unless the laboratory location is shifted on the website, we will presume that it is at the same location. Mandatory tests are performed as per Quality Assurance Handbook, whatever has been defined, and MORD Book of Specifications. And after ensuring that the results are complying with the specifications, then only the payments are to be issued. A typical photograph of a good laboratory, well-placed equipment, that is the field laboratory established by the contractor. This is one very good laboratory. As a district lab, we were in Bangalore sometime back, maybe around 3 months back, and we found this lab to be absolutely on track, and we visited without prior intimation. So we were very happy that such labs are also existing in the states at district place PIU lab, and these facilities are being used by other departments as well. Quality control registers part 1 and part 2, all of you are aware that record of tests conducted by the contractor engineer are to be recorded in QCR part 1. These registers have to be all the time made available at the site. So they should not be displaced here and there that the register is with XYZ person and today he is not available, he is on medical emergency, he is on leave or etc. QCR Part 2 consists of abstract of tests and non-conformance reports maintained by an officer of the level of assistant engineer or above in the PIO. The responsibilities of the PIO himself are very crucial. So we have just tried to list out his responsibility. He is the senior engineer in the PIO who is in charge of the work and ensuring that materials and workmanship conform to prescribed specifications. PIU makes all payments, so the responsibility of the quality remains with PIU. This needs to be very clearly understood. Finally, he is certifying the quality. So we are making the appropriate changes in the system for Pmgsy-IV with this understanding only. Site laboratory setup, contractors are required to set up a quality control lab, which is to be approved by PIU before the work starts. The role of the other officers, junior engineer, assistant engineer, executive engineer, is for certifying the tests and checking. Relevant tests are to be conducted by the concerned people in presence of these officers. Now the question is whether these officers are really present at the site. So it should not remain dependent that EE is asking AE and AE is asking JE, and finally JE is asking the contractor's engineers and he is on leave or he is not available at the site. So these are again being reminded that this is finally the responsibility of the quality, and accordingly now this certification has to come on the system. Senior engineers of the department will now be visiting the sites. Earlier also they have been visiting, but the record of their visits was not being maintained. So we are trying to bring this record also onto the system so that at least whenever they are going to the site and checking, they will record their observations in QCR Part 1. Chief engineer will review the quality control test registers during site visits and ensure timely action on non-conformance reports. Very important thing is regarding progress data entry on day-to-day basis on PMIS. This is absolutely crucial because in many cases when the monitors are deputed, the data which is available on the website indicates that there is a requirement for inspection, but when he goes to the site, it is reported that for last 1 year, the work has not progressed. So this kind of data entry continuing on website, we will be making certain provisions so that this kind of things will be automatically notified or the progress will be finally blocked because there is no entry being made onto the system. And all payments are to be made as per contract after ensuring the necessary quality conformance. Now we are introducing a system of stage passing. This is in fact not a very new system. It is already put in black and white in our quality assurance handbook of 2017, but has not been enforced in detail through a mechanism. So now we are trying to enforce this system and making the PIO more attentive and responsible for ensuring quality. Inspections by PIO at every stage of work and allowing the next stage after recording quality as per specifications. This needs to be certified in stage passing at every stage. Now, what is that stage that we will see in the next slide, that how the stage passing is to be ensured, how this mechanism will function. So we are getting a mobile app developed, which is to be used by PIU to test each activity of work and express its satisfaction to proceed to the next level of construction. Just like quality monitoring app, a separate application is being developed, which will be for a stage 1, means tier 1 PIU. And at every stage, he will be certifying that I'm satisfied with the quality of work in a particular section. So a 3-kilometer section, he will inspect before proceeding ahead or before allowing the contractor to proceed ahead with the laying of further layers. This app will be linked with PMIS, and on completion of activities in each stage as per PMIS, the head of PIU needs to inspect that stage and finally certify. As of now, the data entry on PMIS, particularly in case of the new technology works, FDR and stabilization works, is not being made at appropriate time. We have been reminding the states, but we have recently issued a letter, but still there are issues in PMIS, particularly in Pmgsy-Iv. The progress is not being updated on regular basis. And a lot of problems we are facing because of non-entry of data on PMIS, because we do not know what is the current stage of progress. Particularly in case of bridges, our NQMs have been reporting that when they reach the site, bridge is almost complete. Whereas it is just showing either agreement stage or foundation stage or something like that. But the bridge has been completed on site. So this kind of things will now be controlled based on the inspections by the second tier, because in certain cases in bridges and in FDR works and in new technology works, SQMs have inspected the works more than 5 times, but without making entry of progress on PMIS. So now these will be controlled through the app or through this PMIS. Each work will be divided into 4 stages based on the nature of work and activities involved. I'm just showing this. This is just tentative. We can make slight changes here and there. It is in development stage. We have made 4 stages of work to be certified. But these 4 stages does not mean that PIU need not go for inspection in between. Say for example, in field lab. Field lab he has to certify just before start of the work. Once the lab is set, he has to visit, take his photograph and certify. Upload that photograph, that field lab has been established. But he will certify the stage passing of stage 1, which consists of these 4 different activities: preparatory works, that is the layout, earthwork, embankment, slopes, etc., CD works and protection works, including subgrade. So on top of subgrade, before laying subbase, for each 3 kilometer, he has to visit and carry out the requisite tests. Those tests will also be indicated which of the tests he will have to mandatorily conduct as defined in quality assurance handbook. On certification, on completion of these tests, he will certify the stage passing, and then a certificate will be generated, which I will show in the next slide. So these are the tentative stages we have identified. Second stage is sub-base. Third stage, all base courses put together. That is base course 1, base course 2, base course 3, or stabilized base course using FDR, CTB, lime treated base, etc. and crack relief layer. And fourth stage is of bituminous works and solder, drains, etc., and including the road furniture and markings. Similarly, for bridges also, these 4 stages have been tentatively worked out, and unless the first stage is certified and the details are uploaded on PMIS, the contractor should not be allowed to proceed ahead with second stage. And he will not be able to upload the second stage passing unless there is a gap of certain number of days, minimum number of days, between stage passing of 1 and stage passing of 2, because these activities cannot be completed over a period of 3 days or so. So that kind of checks are now being implemented. The details we have already discussed. This will be the certificate, which will consist of, at every stage passing, the details of project will be included in the certificate, inspected section, chainage wise, activities which have been completed, and the grading by the PIU, a certificate with PIU head name and signatures. The PIU head needs to certify that the work is done as per specifications and he is allowing the next stage to be executed. This practice will strengthen the first year of quality monitoring, which is crucial for both quality control and assurance. This is the certificate we have tentatively planned for, and it will be automatically generated once he makes use of this app and expresses his satisfaction on the quality of work. So this will be generated, and then this will be, we are still working on how the signatures of PIU and his seal will come on it. Mostly it will be through a digital arrangement because all PIUs have their digital signatures with them. So at every 3 kilometer section, he will visit and certify. These are the other tiers which we have already discussed, and you are all aware of it. Second tier are independent inspections by state quality monitors, and these are regularly being followed. In addition to SQMs, the departmental officers will also visit, that we have already discussed. And for bridges up to 75 meter length, minimum 3 inspections of second tier, and more than 75 meter, minimum 5 inspections with additional inspection post completion. So these we have already advised through different advisories, and that needs to be followed. Third tier is for random inspections. This is already happening and will continue. Now, what is the advantage of a stage passing when we are ensuring, when we are putting so much of reliance on the PIU? So on those protocols, we are still working, but a general understanding is that once the PIU has certified and SQM has visited, the other SQMs will not be excavating the pit from top to bottom. So repeated inspections will not happen, or the complete pit will not be excavated from top to bottom, that is from bituminous layer till the top of subgrade. Once the stage has been inspected by one SQM, the next SQM will not again excavate the pit. But monitors, that is the national level monitors, they will continue to excavate that pit and carry out the inspections based on the present system. The reason for this I will explain in the upcoming slides. PIUs will continue to facilitate access to all records of the department and facilitate NQM and SQM inspections. One very important change which will come regarding the non-compliance. Unsatisfactory works identified by NQMs must be rectified before payments are released. Now, this is a change. You will not be allowed to make payments unless you give compliance and upload the ATR. You will be restricted from making the payments. So follow-up actions and reports to be submitted by SRRDA within 6 months' time. This is already as per the existing advisory, but in majority of the cases not being followed. In complaint handling system, we have observed on Meri Sadak app that replies being given by the PIUs are not in proper sense. Simply, either we are saying that we do not have funds, so maintenance will be carried out as and when funds are made available. This is just consoling the people who are making the complaint. Or we are simply saying that as of now, the work has been stopped and we will take care of the quality when the work restarts. So any kind of things are being responded. We are also making a complete review of this Meri Sadak app. Regarding the payment, 0.5% of the cleared project cost is allocated for quality control expenses. Joint inspections are to be necessarily ensured by the PIOs. There has been a lot of criticism on this issue. Even in the standing committee of parliament, and I felt so bad because all our senior officers, including Secretary RD, was also present. And on this particular point, we should ensure complete compliance because this is criticized everywhere. And we have already made a provision on the web that whenever you are taking the honorable MPs, MLA, Jila Pramukh or Sarpanch for inspections, it is not on day-to-day basis. It is, the time period has already been defined through advisory by the ministry. So once in a while, at least 1 or 2 roads every 6 months, at least once in 6 months' time, or in a year's time, whatever is possible. But we need to get these inspections done and uploaded on web. Around a year back, there was a lot of discussion on this issue. And after getting some feedback from the standing committee, I requested a couple of states to upload these photographs and the reports. I felt so happy that within a period of 3 days, around 1,200 reports were uploaded. That means our people are working on ground, they are getting the inspections done, but the issue is related to uploading of the photographs and reports. So this needs to be ensured. PIU has to ensure the compliance by the contractor. SQMs are for compliance and supports PIU wherever needed. NQM is for identification of systemic quality management issues at a state or district level. One very difficult situation arises when the PIU simply accepts the reports of SQMs and NQMs and then through some mechanism, either through SMS or through WhatsApp or through email, requests us that this kind of wrong remarks have been put in by the second tier monitor or by third tier monitor, and we do not agree to what has been reported in the report. My request to all the PIUs and the senior officers present in the audience, that why don't you record your dissent at the time of taking the report from the monitor itself. Once he has handed over the report, immediately you should sign on the report and send it to us. We will take a call on that at a later stage. But when the ATR is not accepted, or when the ATR is rejected, or when it comes to technical committee, raising these things at that time becomes too difficult for us handle it. The purpose of showing this slide is not to criticize any of the states. We are just showing 10 states who are really on the highest side of unsatisfactory works in order of their percentage U in completed ongoing and maintenance works. So from this, I hope the answer to the previous issue which I discussed, that why the national quality monitors will continue to take the pits right from top to bottom. Because this column, second column, indicates what is being reported by second tier monitors. So we have been discussing internally how to deal with the second tier system. The states also needs to take appropriate action about the SQMs who are working on ground and who are being repeatedly placed or being assigned inspections, but everywhere they are finding the work to be 100% okay, 100% satisfactory. That is why the NQMs will continue with the present system. We are not making much of the changes in that system. But for second year, recently, we received a feedback from one of the state, which is sitting in the audience, that the age limit of the SQM has been reduced from 70 years to 67 years at par with that of the NQMs. Absolutely fine. We have kept this freedom with the state only. Absolutely no issue. But it should also be seen as to what led to this reduction. What is the motive behind this? Whether the SQMs who were not performing, whether they are to be pushed out, or those who were repeatedly identifying the defects and reporting non-conformance, they are being pushed out. This needs to be looked into because it can be used both ways. This decision can be used both ways. So please take care of these things. Then there are a lot of issues which we are facing when we receive the ATRs. And there is a set process of submitting the ATRs. Incomplete ATRs not supported by requisite test results. It is a prominent reason. Test results in report uploaded by SQM, but the reports are incorrect. Rectification limited to test pit locations of NQM. This is a very prominent reason that we have done it 10 meters left and 10 meters right. And in spite of very clear instructions that PIU has to certify that he has verified the entire road, and then he is satisfied with the quality of the work. After that certification only, he has to upload the ATR. This was issued in 2021, or sorry, 22, but still it is not coming on paper. So that indicates that nothing has been done probably on the remaining section except a small section of 20, 30, 50 meters on left and right for checking as well as for rectification. Photographs, some photographs have been uploaded, but they are not very clearly indicating that the action has been taken. Verifying SQM inspected the work visually as maintenance work without conducting any tests and certifying the ATR. Now we have connected it on OMAS system, so this is getting reduced. Photographs indicating dismantling and rectification not available. Casual ATRs submitted not in proper format, long pending ATRs sent without recommendation of CEO, which have got locked, so requests being received for opening. Lot of deficiencies observed by earlier NQM. Few of them have been rectified, but not all, and the ATR has been submitted. Verification report of SQM not available. Information boards. But one very important thing, I'll request all the officers sitting in the audience that in majority of the cases, the ATRs are coming on this particular issue or similar issues. Like PMGSY Information Board or Citizen Information Board, either not placed or it is blank, means information has not been put on, or the boards are being put on flex sheets rather than putting these boards as per the MORD book of specifications or quality assurance handbook. And this is generating lot of work for SQMs. This is generating lot of work for the state and lot of work for CQC as well. Why not we can ensure that the information boards are put on right at the time of start of work, and they are as per the prescribed specifications, not on flex sheets. In majority of the states in Northeast, this trend of putting the information on flex sheets, getting it reprinted whenever NQM is visiting, and putting it on the board is more prominent. It is repeatedly being done. QCRs, we have made a provision, so they are to be regularly uploaded. And everyone should note that the QCR on completion of the work, once you have finished everything, the last QCR is to be uploaded mandatorily before you make the final payment. For ongoing works, the timelines are within 6 months of the NQM inspection. Entry of physical progress and in OMAS will be suspended if this time period is not followed, and payments will also be blocked as per the guidelines of PMGSY 4. So this was not being done knowingly very well, but now this will be ensured. For completed works, ATRs to be submitted within 6 months. After 6 months, it will be on recommendation of CEOs. The purpose is that the senior officers should also be aware as to what is happening in the PIU. And after 12 months, it gets automatically blocked and being declared as non-rectifiable defects or work with non-rectifiable defects. I'll be just showing some very good photographs. People sitting in the audience will be happy to see these photographs because this kind of work culture is almost out now. We rarely find this kind of work as of now. These are, couple of them are old photographs, couple of them may be the recent photographs. This is of earthwork stage. And then before doing laying of WBM, by lateral confinement of constructing and compacting the shoulders in advance so that WBM can be compacted in a very systematic manner or WMM can be compacted in a systematic manner. One very important change, I just got I got reminded that now we are moving towards the heavy compaction. So in Rural Roads Manual, which has just been approved by the council, we have kept, though we have kept both the provisions, that when you are compacting through static rollers, not only WBM, not only earthwork, but any layer when you are compacting through a static roller, the laboratory test will be Proctor density test for the concerned item. But when you are compacting through vibratory rollers, pad foot rollers, or heavy rollers, in that case, you have to conduct modified Proctor density test in the laboratory. So one-to-one correspondence, heavy compaction in laboratory, heavy compaction in the field. Proctor compaction in the laboratory, Proctor compaction in the field. As of now, the proctor is being conducted in laboratory and heavy compaction is being used on site, showing that we have done 103% of the compaction. Practically, it is something different. So this needs to be looked into. Some other photographs I will be just quickly showing because these are some good photographs. I have not shown any of the poor photographs of any of the states except this one. A very savvy kind of work that the clods of the soil also have not been broken and we have compacted the earthwork. A good WBM layer, application of screening material and appropriate compaction, very well compacted WBM layer, a poorly compacted WBM layer which shows lot of presence of lot of fines. So needs to be looked into as to how we are compacting and how the previous photograph is. By comparing these two photographs, one can, at his own, can grade the quality of work he is executing. Bituminous surfacing layers, another bituminous surfacing layer, and a very good MSS surface from Gujarat. Very poor engineering practices and safety related issues still continuing. Priming. After 24 years of implementation, still we are finding difficulties in priming also. Coat also. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Focus in this discussion is on implementation of stage passing and involvement of the senior officers of Tier 1 so that we all together work for achieving the quality as perceived in the specifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patera sir, for a nice presentation. पटेल साहब कुछ चीजें मैं आपकी जानकारी में लाना चाह रहा हूं जो
Yes, I am there.
QCR पार्ट 1 रोड जब हम बनाते हैं तो वो कंपोनेंट है इसका अर्थवर्क सबग्रेड GSB G2 G3 G4 सॉरी G2 G3 और आपका बिटुमन कोर्स तो इसके अंदर चैप्टर बन जाए 3 किलोमीटर चैप्टर बना दे तो उसके ऊपर एक सर्टिफिकेट लग जाए कि अर्थवर्क के अंदर कितने टेस्ट करने थे कितने टेस्ट किए और किस फ्रीक्वेंसी से किए ये क्लियरिटी है तो उससे क्या होगा एट ए ग्लांस हमको पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगा कि अर्थवर्क वेदर एग्जीक्यूटेड एज पर स्टैंडर्ड और नॉट तो वो कंपोनेंट वाइज क्लियर हो जाएगा दूसरा
देखिए मैं आपको रिस्पॉन्ड कर देता हूं दिस इज ए वेरी नाइस सजेशन
सर
but all these things have been already included in the quality assurance handbook and we have to revise the QCR
part 1
you know that it is QCR part 1 QCR part 1 we have to revise so this is a process it needs time if somebody can volunteer to work on this we will be very happy otherwise we have already started the work of this QCR and a couple of things have been already included because so many things keep on coming at a time. We are implementing many new technologies. Their relevant tests are to be incorporated. This kind of the do-it-yourself booklets and regular work along with this. So we have already incorporated the number of tests to be conducted, their frequency, everything in quality assurance handbook. This needs to be transferred from here based on the quantity of work being executed into the QCRs. As of now, this is being done, but not on the prescriptions of book of specifications and quality assurance.
My request is while inspection of senior officer at a glance should be reflect whether executed work is being executed as per quality or not. That's why I am saying कि if अगर हमने हर एक कंपोनेंट अलग अलग बना दिया और उसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट एक दे दिया कि कितने टेस्ट करने थे कितने टेस्ट किए कौन कौन से टेस्ट किए तो उसमें बड़ी क्लियरिटी आएगी जैसे आपने मुझसे कहा कि आपका जो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल रजिस्टर को चीफ इंजीनियर को या सीईओ को साइन करना है, तो इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट। पर इस तरह का जब होमवर्क हमारा क्यूसीआर पार्ट में वन में रहेगा तो उसको हम फ्रिक्वेंसी देके तत्काल साइन करके आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो ये रिक्वेस्ट मेरा पहला था। दूसरा, आपने स्टेज पासिंग की बात की, स्टेज 1 स्टेज 2 मोबाइल ऐप के माध्यम से, तो इसके अंदर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की इन्वॉल्वमेंट आप रख रहे हैं क्या कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर उसके फोटो लेके टेस्ट लोड करके हमारे इंजीनियर को फॉरवर्ड करेगा? और दूसरा कि जब रोड का काम करते हैं तो कहीं पे अर्थवर्क होता है, कहीं पे कलवर्ट होता है, डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज डिफरेंट जोन में चलती है, तो वो उसको फ्लैग करना पड़ेगा। अदरवाइज क्या होगा कि और स्टेज पासिंग में हमको एक कहते वो उसकी लिमिट रखनी होगी कि ऐसा नहीं हो कि हमारा काम जाके फंस जाए। देखिए, दो पार्ट है, अभी सीओ साहब मेरे से डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि जब तुम सारे के सारे टेस्ट एज पर क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स करा रहे हो और जब क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स के बाद में आप बिल उसका पेमेंट कर रहे हो, तो ये राइडर आप डाल रहे हो, बिल्कुल ठीक है, पर इसको देखो आप कि काम हमारा नहीं रुकना चाहिए, तो इस पे हमको देखना पड़ेगा जरा। तीसरा पॉइंट ये है मेरा कि एनक्यूएम जब इंस्पेक्शन करते हैं,
can we discuss one by one? This is very good suggestion. This is very good suggestion, and couple of things I have deliberately kept for discussion. Means I have not deliberated on those issues. This is a very nice suggestion of CEO MPRRDA. That once we are certifying the stages, still why there will be an ATR? Absolutely, fully supported, and I am very happy. उन्होंने टाइम निकाल के इसको इतना समझा और with a very clear mind he has raised this issue कि जब इतने लोग टेस्ट कर रहे हैं और इतना सब होने के बाद भी ATR आता क्यों है? Very valid issue. There should not be any scope for ATR. और इसीलिए मैंने PMGSY-4 के स्टेज पासिंग की बाद ATR की बात ही नहीं की कि ATR को कैसे हैंडल करेंगे। ये जो सारी सिस्टम की बात अभी हमने की, दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द प्रेजेंट सिस्टम ऑफ ATRs. We may have to continue with the present system of ATRs, but the PIUs needs to ensure कि जब वो स्टेज पासिंग सर्टिफाई कर रहे हैं तो ATR आना ही नहीं चाहिए. That is the objective of going with this process.
Third point is, sir.
Yeah, please.
We have a very comprehensive formats of NQM visit.
Yes.
There is 3 category: SRS, SRI, and U. When we created our work as SRI or U, there is a provision of suggestion. अगर वो U mention कर रहे हैं, तो लिख रहे हैं कि executed work as per specification. तो उनको सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट लिखना चाहिए कि डिसमेंटल इट, रीले इट, मतलब जो भी है उसको क्रिएटिव से लगना चाहिए. उससे क्या होगा कि ATRs की जो कंप्लाइंस है उसमें क्वालिटी इंप्रूव होगी. भाई वो लिख गया कि एग्जीक्यूट एज पर स्टैंडर्ड्स, एज पर स्पेसिफिकेशन. अगर उनको लग रहा है कि इस रोड में किसी जगह पिट लगाई थी, उसकी थिकनेस कम है, तो एक पिट के आधार पे 1 किलोमीटर को तो डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते. तो शुड से कि आप 50 मीटर पिट लगाइए, उसको चेक करिए और ये डिफिशियंसी जो थिकनेस की जिन डीचेज में उसको डिसमेंटल करिए और रीले करिए. तो अगर उनके सजेशन में क्लियरिटी आएगी तो आपकी ATR की स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ जाएगा. अदरवाइज स्टैंडर्ड वीक क्या है, हम आपको फोटो दिखा रहे हैं, आप मतलब मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूँ, समझ रहे हैं. तो इसके अंदर क्लियरिटी अगर आएगी तो स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ेगा. थैंक यू सो मच.
आपका सजेशन बहुत वैलिड है, एंड इन अवर रेगुलर interaction with the NQMs and whenever we interact with the states for the trainings of SQMs, ये सारी चीजें हम कहते हैं. We have been repeatedly telling कि भाई आप ये जो सजेशन लिख देते हो या यू लिख देते हो या SRI लिख देते हो, ये आपकी क्लैरिटी होना चाहिए आप क्या करवाना चाहते हो within the framework of the specifications.
We are making a mirror image of NQM.
मिरर इमेज ऑफ
एनक्यूएम. जो आपको डिफिशियंसी आप एसक्यूएम में कर रहे हैं ना, हम उसको मिरर इमेज बना देंगे. आप इसको इंप्रूव कर दो एनक्यूएम के फॉर्मेट में या डायरेक्शंस में, उसकी मिरर इमेज को हम एसक्यूएम के फॉर्मेट्स में कर देंगे.
अभी एज ऑन डेट एसक्यूएम और एनक्यूएम की रिपोर्टिंग फॉर्मेट इज 100% सेम, कोई फर्क नहीं है.
सेम है, पर वो जो आपके ऑब्जर्वेशंस दे रहे हैं उसकी क्वालिटी इंप्रूव करनी पड़ेगी।
तो वही तो हम वी वांट योर सजेशंस। आप बाकी चीजें बताइए, जैसे आपने कहा कि एटीआर क्यों आना चाहिए। नाउ ये एटीआर बिल्कुल नहीं आना चाहिए व्हेन वी आर गोइंग थ्रू पासिंग।
सर देखिए, ड्यूरिंग एग्जीक्यूशन एटीआर आएगा। मैंने काम किया, मैंने कॉम्पैक्शन किया, कॉम्पैक्शन का रिजल्ट 95% है, एटीआर आएगा। उसको रीहैरो करके पानी मिला के दोबारा कॉम्पैक्शन करेगा।
एब्सोल्युटली फाइन, एब्सोल्युटली फाइन।
एटीआर ये है कि जब हमने काम को क्वालिटी वाइज सर्टिफाई कर दिया उसके बाद गलती मिली, वो सीरियस एटीआर है। जब हमने काम को एग्जीक्यूट ड्यूरिंग एग्जीक्यूशन, अगर हमने हमारा इंजीनियर गया, उसने ग्रेडिंग चेक किया और ग्रेडिंग नहीं मिला और उसने एटीआर इशू कर दिया, तो दिस इज रूटीन प्रैक्टिस, दिस इज नॉट सीरियस। व्हेन ही पास द स्टेज, आपने उससे क्वालिटी से पास कर दिया, जब एसक्यूएम गए या सीनियर ऑफिसर गए, जब डिफिशियंसी मिली, तो वो सीरियस एटीआर है। जैसे हमने उस काम को सर्टिफाई कर दिया और आपके एसक्यूएम और एनक्यूएम गए, फिर कोई डिफिशियंसी मिली, तो वो सीरियस एटीआर है। तो उसमें मेरा सजेशन ये था कि हमें डायरेक्शन देना चाहिए, इट इज माय सजेशन, कि एनक्यूएम या एसक्यूएम जब भी विजिट करने जाते हैं उनको एसआई या एसआरआई और यू मिला, तो उसके रेक्टिफिकेशन की वो सजेशन का क्लियर कट, जैसे कंक्रीट में उसका हनीकॉम है, हनीकॉम सीम्स वीक, तो उसके अंदर लिखे डिसमेंटल इट, रीडन।
बिल्कुल ठीक है,
बीटी में कोई
ठीक है, आपका सजेशन बिल्कुल वैलिड है। और आप जैसे समय एक मेल पे लिख के भेज दीजिए, वी विल ट्राई टू इनकॉर्पोरेट कि इसको कैसे हम इसमें एक डिफिकल्टी खाली हमें कई जगह आती है कि मेनी टाइम्स सम पीपल गो ओवरबोर्ड। जैसे वी हैव बीन रिपीटेडली टेलिंग कि आप ये सजेशन नहीं लिखेंगे बिकॉज यू आर टेकिंग वन पिट, तो आप केवल 10 मीटर लेफ्ट एंड राइट खोद दीजिए। There is no justification. There is no basis for rectification in 10 meters left and right. हमारा कहना यही है कि PIU देखे. Let PIU.
वही सर. While my inspection, I found deficiency in crust. That's why I directed कि please take pit on 100 meters and identify the reaches in which there is deficiency in crust thickness. उसको निकालिए, उसको दोबारा करिए। तो ये तो
बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है। आप जस्ट एक मेल कर दीजिए, whatever your suggestions are, and we will try to incorporate.
Thank you sir, thank you sir.
सर पटेरिया जी,
may I? Yes sir, बिल्कुल सर। आप नहीं बोलेंगे तो हमारा आगे काम कैसे पड़ेगा? But sir, we seek your guidance. आपसे हम we are not expecting the questions from you.
मुझे NQM और SQM के ये कंपैरिजन को देख के मेरी चिंता बढ़ी हुई है। पहले से भी आप जानते हैं कि परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ NQMs और SQMs, उस पर हम लोग बहुत कुछ बात करते रहे।
Yes sir.
NQM का परफॉर्मेंस तो आप अपने लेवल पे कुछ चेक कर रहे हैं। एसक्यूएम्स के परफॉर्मेंस रिव्यू की बहुत क्लियर मोडालिटीज हमको वर्कआउट करनी चाहिए। एसक्यूएम केवल सील सिक्का लगा के जीरो अनसेटिस्फैक्ट्री या लॉट ऑफ अनसेटिस्फैक्ट्री, ये दोनों एक्सट्रीम्स पे जाते हैं। तो ये एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की हालांकि ये जवाबदारी अपन ने रखी है, पर यहाँ मेरे को लगता है कि थोड़ा सा हमको इंटरवीन करना पड़ेगा और करना चाहिए।
दूसरा सर, मैं जस्ट एक पहले इशू जो आपने जो सजेशन दिया, इसको जस्ट आपको एक फीडबैक दे देता हूँ। सर, इसका डिटेल्ड गाइडलाइंस वी हैव प्रिपेयर्ड एंड सर्कुलेटेड टू ऑल द स्टेट्स इन 2021 that they have to evaluate their SQMs every year, and accordingly those who are not qualifying the requisite criteria, as we do in case of our NQMs, very regularly. On similar lines, we have prescribed the assessment, performance assessment guidelines, and this is to be done by the states. We have also indicated who will be the members in that committee. Senior officer from the department, from outside, a senior former NQM, etc., etc. तो बहुत clearly sir define किया हुआ है. But those guidelines will be fruitful only if a systematic approach is adopted for pushing the SQMs out if they are not performing, and with this kind of the comparison data. 50 इंस्पेक्शन 100 इंस्पेक्शन जिन्होंने किए हैं, अगर उनको कहीं भी कुछ भी नहीं मिलता है एंड दे आर गेटिंग 90% मार्क्स इन परफॉर्मेंस असेसमेंट.
यस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. मैं जानता हूं कि इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं, पर यदि एनआरआरडीए के इस पर्टिकुलर क्रिटिकल इशू पर भी यदि एक्शन नहीं हो पा रहा है, तो शायद हमको जेएस सर से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि इस पे हमको और विचार कुछ करना पड़ेगा और कुछ हमको पता लगाना पड़ेगा. स्टेज पासिंग में जो आपने अलग अलग आइटम्स रखे हैं, जैसा विजय ने बताया कि काम जब चलता है तो ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले हम ये करेंगे तभी वो होगा. कुछ तो है, लेकिन कुछ में नहीं है. जैसे सीडी वर्क में स्पिल टू इवन थर्ड स्टेज डिपेंडिंग ऑन द साइज ऑफ द सीडी. तो जब वो स्टेज पासिंग के लिए हम प्रिस्क्रिप्शन करेंगे तो उसमें थोड़ा सा इन बातों का हमें विचार कर लेना चाहिए. ये जरूर मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा. क्वालिटी कंट्रोल एश्योरेंस हैंडबुक्स दोनों को रिवाइज करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है. जैसे कि विजय कह रहे थे कि एक एब्स्ट्रैक्ट होना चाहिए कि इतना अर्थवर्क हुआ है, इसमें इतने ये टेस्ट होने थे और इतने हो गए हैं. ये एब्स्ट्रैक्ट अभी आपको याद हो तो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल रजिस्टर पार्ट 1 के एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पार्ट में ये है ऑलरेडी, लेकिन वो डायनामिक नहीं है. वो जब वो कंप्लीशन हो जाएगा तब वो भरा जाएगा कि जो टोटल नंबर अर्थवर्क जितनी क्वांटिटी हो जाएगी, कि समझ लीजिए 5000 क्यूबिक मीटर की क्वांटिटी हुई तो उसका भर दिया जाएगा. लेकिन जिस स्टेज पे इंस्पेक्शन किया जा रहा है उस स्टेज पर वो डायनामिक हो तो शायद ज्यादा क्लियर होगा सीओज को या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स को जब वो इंस्पेक्शन करते हैं या चीफ इंजीनियर लेवल, तो उनको ये पता लग जाए कि भाई 5000 क्यूबिक मीटर में ये होना थे और ये इतने हो गए. तो शायद मेरे ख्याल से जब अपन इसको रिवाइज करेंगे तो इसमें ये कहीं ना कहीं हमको डाल देना चाहिए.
बिल्कुल ठीक है सर, बिल्कुल ठीक है
ना
सर. एक्सक्यूज झारखंड सर. नमस्कार सर.
नमस्कार पासवान जी.
सर मेरा एक सजेशन था सर कि हमारे यहाँ जो कंप्लेन आ रहा है बार बार कि हमारा पीआईयू जो है प्रॉपर साइट विजिट नहीं कर रहा है जो रिक्वायर होनी चाहिए जेईई या इसको टीम इंजीनियर. तो सर एनआरडीए की तरफ से कोई ऐप ऐसा डेवलप हो जो जेईई जाए तो वो कैप्चर करे कि किस सेक्शन में कब कब वो गया, एक रियल टाइम एक रिकॉर्ड आए सर हमारे कि जो एसी भी जाए, एक शूटिंग मियर जाए, कब कब जा रहा हो, ताकि हम लोग हेडक्वार्टर से उसको सर मॉनिटरिंग कर पाएं, देख पाएं सर. ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है कि सर हेडक्वार्टर से ईच एंड एवरी रोड में हम लोग जा पाएंगे, लेकिन कंप्लेन हमें आ रही है सर. दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है सर पीएमआईज में.
पासवान जी मैं पहले क्वेश्चन का तुरंत जवाब दे दूं क्योंकि मैं भूल जाऊंगा, फिर बाद में आपको लगेगा मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया.
सर
अभी जो हमने डिस्कशन किया स्टेज पासिंग का, इसमें पहली स्टेज में वी आर ब्रिंगिंग पीआईयू हिमसेल्फ टू द टास्क. एई जेई को हम सेकंड स्टेज में मतलब वी विल इंक्लूड हिम इन ड्यू कोर्स ऑफ टाइम. बट अभी जो बिकॉज पीएमजीएसवाई 4 इज बीइंग रोल्ड आउट इमीडिएटली, तो शुरू करने के लिए हम मतलब पहली स्टेज में वी आर पुटिंग पीआईयू टू द टास्क. जेईई को संभालना ये पीआईयू की जवाबदारी है टाइम बीइंग. But in due course of time, that will also come onto the app. पहले स्टेज में हम पीआईयू को की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स कर रहे हैं. पीआईयू को भी देखना है कि उसके जेई जाते हैं कि नहीं जाते हैं. रिसेंटली वी वर इन वन ऑफ द स्टेट फॉर इंटरेक्शन विद पीआईयूज एंड वी फेल्ट सो सॉरी. एक पीआईयू साहब से जब हमने पूछा कि आप कितने महीनों में या महीने में कितने बार साइट विजिट पे जाते हैं, कैन यू जस्ट इमेजिन द रिस्पॉन्स. मुझे कोई भी एक आदमी बताए इस हॉल में बैठा हुआ कि क्या रिस्पॉन्स होगा पीआईयू का. एनी वन ऑफ यू, कितने दिन में पीआईयू ने जाना चाहिए एक पर्टिकुलर वर्क को इंस्पेक्ट करने के लिए? 6 महीने में, 1.5 साल में, 1 महीने में, 12 महीने में? कुछ तो फ्रीक्वेंसी हम लोग अपने स्टेट वर्क्स मैनुअल के हिसाब से भी तो कुछ करते होंगे कि पीआईयू साहब ने वर्क साइट पे जाना है या जाना ही नहीं है. इफ दोज आर द इंस्ट्रक्शंस, एब्सोल्युटली फाइन. कितने दिन में जाना चाहिए आपके हिसाब से?
एक्चुअल में जो डायरेक्शंस हैं जितने भी
1
हिडन
मंथ में
आइटम्स
सब जानने चाहिए सर। पीआई को कम से कम एटलीस्ट एग्जीक्यूटिव ईयर को 1 मंथ में जरूर विजिट करनी चाहिए सर। यही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ सर कि
नहीं
जो
नहीं, आप
ऐप
बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं। मैं लेट मी जस्ट फिनिश। तो हमें जो जवाब मिला, पीआईओ साहब ने कहा कि सर मैं 1.5 महीने में लगभग एक बार जाता हूँ, 1.25 महीने से 1.5 महीने में एक बार जाता हूँ। ये तो हमारा दूसरा सवाल था कि आपके पास काम कितने हैं टोटल, बिकॉज आपका और मेरा दोनों जवाब गलत होंगे अगर हम वॉल्यूम ऑफ वर्क पे फोकस ना करें। He said I have only one work, मतलब एक काम जिसके पास है अगर वो 1.5 महीने में जाता है तो जिसके पास 20 काम है वो तो 1.5 साल के बाद जाएगा।
1.5 साल के बाद जाएगा।
So that kind of things cannot be accepted. मतलब we are making the system just taking it as a fun.
मैं यही तो कह रहा हूँ
Register
सर
is being certified, every report is being certified, ATR is being certified. अगर PIU 1.5 महीने वर्क साइट पे जाएगा ही नहीं, how we can expect the quality? इसीलिए अब हमने पहली बार स्टेज 1 पे हमारा बहुत ज्यादा फोकस नहीं था। We have been educating the stage 1 people. We have been providing training. But monitoring में we were under the impression since beginning that system is working and state is executing the works, quality is their responsibility. तो stage 1 को वो संभाले। But now this has been decided. A letter has been issued from Secretary RD level, and you also must have received this letter long back, maybe 3-4 महीने पहले, when we were planning PMGSY4. We will be making this stage passing mandatory to involve the PIUs to visit, क्योंकि जब वो साइट पे नहीं जाएंगे तो उनका फोटोग्राफ, उनका टाइम for which they have been at that site, everything will be recorded through this stage passing app. कि वो पूरे वर्क ड्यूरेशन में 3 घंटे तो साइट पे गए क्या?
जी सर। और एक ऐप वो सर, और एआई भी इसमें सर हम लोग लाए सो दैट कि मतलब एकदम उसका रियल टाइम हम लोग देख पाए सर कि वो कब साइट विजिट कर रहे हैं, फोटोग्राफ उसका आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है।
अभी जब ऐप आपको मिलेगी तो ये सारी चीजों पे क्लैरिटी होगी।
पटेरिया जी एक मिनट जो झारखंड है और आपने भी कहा तो उस पे जस्ट मेरा एक एडिशन है, क्लैरिफिकेशन, दैट जो झारखंड चाह रहे हैं और भी जो ऑफिसर्स बोल रहे हैं स्टेज कि कब साइट पर क्या काम हो रहा है और किसने विजिट किया, कौन सी स्टेज पे, जो अभी एमपी में विजय जी ने भी बोला कि कौन सी स्टेज पे कब क्या काम हो रहा है, तो इसको अकाउंट फॉर करने के लिए ही जीपीएस वीटीएस का जो मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए बोला है, जो कुछ स्टेट ने बना लिया है, जिसमें मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन में ये डाटा एंटर होता है और होना चाहिए कि इस दिन में कौन सी स्ट्रेच पे क्या काम हो रहा है, देन वो उसको लिंक किया जाता है मशीनरी के यूटिलाइजेशन से। तो मेरा ये सजेशन है, और इसके लिए हमने स्टेट को फ्रीडम दिया था कि जीपीएस वीटीएस मॉनिटरिंग मोबाइल ऐप स्टेट अपने आईटी प्रोवाइडर से बना ले, और स्टेट ने आईटी प्रोवाइडर्स लिए हैं, उनको पेमेंट भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ स्टेट के बारे में कुछ ने डेवलप कर लिया और कुछ अभी डेवलपिंग स्टेज में है। तो मेरा ये सजेशन है कि आपके पास ऑलरेडी आईटी कंपनी है जिसको कि आपने हायर किया है जीपीएस वीटीएस के लिए, जिसमें उसका मैंडेट है कि जीपीएस वीटीएस मॉनिटरिंग एनालिसिस इसी के थ्रू आएगी, और इस मोबाइल ऐप में सब कुछ रिकॉर्ड होगा कि किस दिन कौन सा ऑफिसर कहां पे था और कौन सा काम चल रहा था। तो मेरा फीडबैक ये है कि यदि इसको ठीक से स्टेट बना लेंगे तो देन ऑल द डेटा विल बी अवेलेबल एंड ऑल द क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स कैन बी मॉनिटर्ड।
सर वीटीएस पर झारखंड में हमने सर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है वीटीएस को सर, बट वो भी एनालिसिस नहीं कर पा रहे सर। वो हमने दो कंपनी को लगाया सर।
वो एनालिसिस तब तक नहीं हो पाएगा सर पासवान जी जब तक कि जीपीएस वीटीएस को मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन जो कुछ स्टेट ने डेवलप किया है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे याद है केरला ने किया है, कर्नाटका ने किया है, इधर आपके महाराष्ट्र ने किया है, ऐसे कई स्टेट ने वो मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन डेवलप कर ली है। तो आपका जीपीएस वीटीएस का यूजफुल पर्पस तभी होगा जब वो मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन इन सबको कैप्चर करने के लिए बन जाएगी, जो आपको अपने आईटी प्रोवाइडर से बनवाना है। एनआरआईडी ने फ्रीडम आपको दी हुई है।
सर दूसरा क्वेश्चन पटेरिया सर से था सर हमारा P3 में सर हमारा बहुत सारा रोड सर CTB में सैंक्शन हुआ है सर। तो जब हम लोग ओमस में प्रोग्रेस एंट्री करने जा रहे हैं सर, तो उसमें जॉब मिक्स फार्मूला सर मांग रहे हैं सर।
पासवान जी आपका सवाल पूरा होने के पहले मैं जवाब दे देता हूँ
सर।
ये डेटा एंट्री स्क्रीन हमने सीडेक को जो लिख के दिया था उसमें उन्होंने बिकॉज इट वाज एन अर्जेंट रिक्वायरमेंट, तो FDR के लिए तो प्रोविजन ठीक कर दिया, बट CTB का प्रोविजन ठीक नहीं किया। CTB में भी एडिटिव्स को मैंडेट करके डाल दिया है। वी हैव ऑलरेडी गिवन इंस्ट्रक्शंस अराउंड ए मंथ बैक कि इसको ठीक करिए, बट वो टीम पूरी की पूरी सीडेक टीम इज आल्सो प्रेजेंट। यू कैन कंफर्म फ्रॉम देम व्हेन दे आर लाइकली टू करेक्ट इट।
इसके
हमारे महीना हो गया है, वी हैव बीन कीपिंग डेली फॉलो अप कि भाई इसे करिए, बट वी आर स्टिल
100 रोड सर हमारा
बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा।
100 रोड सर, so many roads।
बिल्कुल ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है, बट दूसरा इससे रिलेटेड दूसरा सवाल।
Dr. Padaria, we have to take care of other questions also। तो ये सीडैक की टीम है, मैं उनसे अनुरोध करता हूँ, अनीता is also there, please get it done quickly। And I will also like to add here, just hold on, I will also like to add here that this we are going to have a new system of stage passing as well as EMB also is going to come, and BTS tracking we are going to retain. So with a combination of all these three things, some solution could be found to what Mr. Paswan was referring to. I can understand his plight sitting in Jharkhand, so we'll try to help him out by putting in these things.
And he can talk to me, sir, at any point of time. ये जो छोटे issues हैं, he can definitely get in touch.
ठीक है, next question.
Thank you, sir.
हाँ सर, सर राजस्थान से एक सबमिशन था सर। हेलो।
यस, बोलिए।
सर जैसा मेरी जानकारी में है, राजस्थान के अंदर एक सिस्टम प्रचलित है कि एवरी बिल पर एग्जीक्यूटेड क्वांटिटी और उसमें कितने टेस्ट कंडक्ट किए उसके हिसाब से एब्स्ट्रैक्ट बन करके और सबमिट किया जाता है। ये हमारे यहाँ पर सिस्टम इजाद किया हुआ है। QCR रजिस्टर में वो डायनामिक है नहीं, वो मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है। इसके अलावा मेरा एक सबमिशन और था सर कि 7 जुलाई 2021 को जब से PMIS मॉड्यूल लागू हुआ, उसके बाद से मेरे को ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी संकोच नहीं है कि PIUs एग्जीक्यूशन मॉड्यूल में न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी की एंट्री करना लगभग भूल गया है। हमारे बार बार मॉनिटरिंग करने के बाद भी वो हो नहीं पाती है। बाय डिफॉल्ट उस अचीवमेंट को दर्शित करने के लिए बाय डिफॉल्ट उसको कंप्लीशन से जोड़ रखा है। कई बार एग्जीक्यूटेड लेंथ ड्यूरिंग द फाइनेंशियल ईयर कम और उस कंप्लीशन डिफॉल्ट की वजह से और न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी का अचीवमेंट अधिक आता है, तो वो मिसमैच की है। मेरा इसमें निवेदन ये है, अगर PMIS मॉड्यूल में जब प्रोग्रेस एंट्री हो रही है तो उसमें ही न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी की प्रोग्रेस एंटर करने का प्रावधान किया जाए, और जब तक वो न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी की प्रोग्रेस उसमें नहीं डाले तब ऐसा चेक भी डाला जाए कि तब तक वो उसमें PMIS की प्रोग्रेस एंट्री सबमिशन ना हो।
आई थिंक वर्मा जी बोल रहे हैं?
यस सर।
ओके, मैं दो चीजें आपको जस्ट बोलना चाहूंगा कि PMIS में न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के सारे डेटा की एंट्री की फैसिलिटी ऑलरेडी है। डेटा एंट्री नहीं हो रही है, ये एक अलग बात है। जस्ट 1 महीने पहले मैंने सभी स्टेट SQC, चीफ इंजीनियर्स, इंजीनियर इन चीफ एंड परहैप्स द कॉपी हैज गॉन टू CEOs एज वेल, एक लेटर लिखा है कि PMIS में डेटा एंट्री एप्रोप्रिएट टाइम पे नहीं आ रही है और इससे हमें मॉनिटरिंग में, पर्टिकुलरली न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी वर्क्स की मॉनिटरिंग में बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। सो प्लीज पास ऑन नेसेसरी इंस्ट्रक्शंस टू द PIOs so that the data entry is made on day-to-day basis. अभी भी मैंने PMGSY-4 प्रेजेंटेशन में भी इसमें ये कहा कि now it will be mandatory. I have provided a copy of my letter to Director P1. हमारे अग्रवाल साहब को भी मैंने कॉपी दी है because he monitors the progress entry and PMIS में basically it has come from his side only. तो उनसे भी मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया है। एक बड़ा इसमें गैप जो जिस पे हमें बात करनी होगी और हम सर से, जय सर से बात करके वी विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट, कि प्रोग्रेस मॉनिटरिंग में जैसे अब हम स्टेजेस पे जा रहे हैं, वी विल हैव टू मेक सम काइंड ऑफ प्रोविजन कि ये प्रोग्रेस से ये प्रोग्रेस आने में कम से कम इतना गैप होना चाहिए। मतलब अगर आपका सबग्रेड बन गया और 2 लेयर WBM डलने हैं तो कम से कम उसमें 15 दिन का गैप तो होगा। 2 दिन में तो रातों रात WBM बन नहीं जाएगा। अभी जो फैसिलिटी है वो एक बार में सारे लेयर्स डालने की फैसिलिटी है। दैट इज व्हाई PIUs आर मेकिंग ऑल एंट्रीज एट ए टाइम। सो एक बार एंट्री लास्ट में जब करने की फैसिलिटी है तो वो लास्ट में ही कर देता है। वंस वी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड कि भाई पहली स्टेज आपने पास कर दी तो पहली स्टेज की जो भी आपकी प्रोग्रेस है वो आज तक की एंट्री होना चाहिए। ये मैंने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में एक पार्ट कहा, शायद आप उसको पूरा ठीक से नहीं मतलब कैप्चर कर पाए कि प्रोग्रेस एंट्री नाउ विल बी मैंडेटरी ऑन डे टू डे बेसिस। ये हम इंश्योर करेंगे थ्रू PMIS। और आपने जो टेस्ट के बारे में कहा कि दिस इज ऑलरेडी इन वोक कि हम टेस्ट के नंबर और एक्चुअल टेस्ट कंडक्टेड ये नंबर्स को वेरीफाई करने के बाद ही पेमेंट करते हैं। आई होप दिस सिस्टम इज देयर इन एवरी स्टेट बिकॉज दिस इज कमिंग आउट फ्रॉम देयर वर्क्स मैनुअल कि आप जब क्वालिटी के लिए जवाबदार हैं, आपको इतने टेस्ट करने थे, आपने नहीं किए तो आप पेमेंट कैसे करेंगे? ये मोस्टली सभी स्टेट्स में है, बट हाउ दे आर ensuring that ये मुझे नहीं पता because I am not handling the payments और I never check कि ये payment हो कैसे रहे हैं। Payments also were not restricted from our side for ATRs or for quality at any stage, but now it will be mandatorily blocked। ये अब नई गाइडलाइन में भी आ गया है। It has become a part of the guidelines कि जब तक नॉन कन्फर्मिटी को ठीक नहीं कर लिया जाएगा आप पेमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। सो एज सून एज देयर इज नॉन कन्फर्मिटी और ATR आपका पेमेंट उस पर ब्लॉक्ड रहेगा जब तक कि आप उसको कन्फर्मिटी में तब्दील नहीं कर देते।
Yes sir, I will see in PMIS module and regularized by PIU।
Thank you।
Sir, may I request you a question? Sir, एक आपने ATR का solution system दिया है कि it should be submitted within 6 months by the NQMs. I am talking about NQMs ATR. Sir, इसी तरह से मैं समझता हूँ final disposal का भी अगर कोई timeline बनता है कि once it is sent to NRIDA and in such and such time it will be settled by NRIDA. Or whatsoever be, either positive or not negative, whatsoever be the outcome. But if this timeline comes, it will help for the works a lot. Thanks, sir.
Certainly we will do that। लेकिन इसमें हमें एक चीज समझने की जरूरत है केवल, because it is dependent on the overall volume of work। NRIDA में quality division में there are 3 people। And I in my presentation I repeatedly said कि कुछ जो ATRs हैं वो absolutely छोटे छोटे grounds पे आ रहे हैं and their percentage is more than say 60 or 70%। बोर्ड नहीं लगा तो बोर्ड का ATR क्यों आना चाहिए? That too at completion stage or between us stage या WBM stage, ये ATR आना ही क्यों चाहिए? एंड उसमें रिकमेंडेशन फ्रॉम हाईएस्ट लेवल तक आ जाती है कि नहीं अब हमने बोर्ड लगा दिया है। बट फॉर मी और फॉर माय स्टाफ दैट ATR नीड्स टू बी डाउनलोडेड। हमें एक एक चीज उसकी पढ़ना होती है, क्या NQM ने लिखा था, उसके अगेंस्ट क्या रिमार्क्स आए हैं। एंड इन मेनी केसेस दैट सम ऑफ द ATRs आर रिपीटेडली सेंट, जो हम रिपीटेडली रिजेक्ट भी करते हैं। मतलब कंप्लाइंस पूरा नहीं है, पेपर वर्क पूरा नहीं है, ATR अपलोड हो गया है तो नेचुरली इट विल गेट रिजेक्टेड। ये सिचुएशन आती क्यों है? अगर ये सिचुएशन को हम इंप्रूव कर लेंगे देन वी कैन डेफिनेटली वर्कआउट ए टाइमलाइन कि इतने दिन में जो भी ATR आएगा PMGSY 4 में दिस विल बी डिस्पोज्ड ऑफ इन दिस पीरियड। एब्सोल्युटली ए वेरी गुड सजेशन। हमें निश्चित रूप से करना चाहिए बिकॉज वी आर ऑल एट पार एंड एवरीवन इज जैसा पासवान साहब ने कहा कि एनआरआईडीए ये कर दे, बिल्कुल करेंगे निश्चित रूप से। एनआरआईडीए इज आल्सो ए पार्ट ऑफ द एंटायर सिस्टम। ये कोई इसमें कोई सुपीरियरिटी और ऐसा कोई इशू है नहीं, निश्चित रूप से करेंगे। बट हमें हमें एक ये भी देखना है कि हमारे पास कितना सपोर्ट सिस्टम है एंड वेयर फ्रॉम दीज थिंग्स आर ओरिजिनेटिंग। अगर ओरिजिनेटिंग पॉइंट पे ही हम उसको कंट्रोल कर लें तो शायद इतना प्रॉब्लम होगा ही नहीं।
So we work as a team. So I'll request some action at the state level, and we'll also work out some mechanism at NRIDA. We can think of using AI for summarizing these reports or something. We will let us work out some solution.
सर इसमें केवल मेरा एक मैंने लास्ट रिमार्क फ्रॉम माय साइड कि अब स्टेज पासिंग पे अगर हम निश्चित रूप से ठीक से काम करेंगे, द नंबर ऑफ ATRs विल गेट रिड्यूस्ड ऑटोमेटिकली and rather there will not be any ATRs or ATRs will be only of the completion stage. बाकी नीचे के stages के तो ATRs आना ही नहीं चाहिए because everywhere we are doing the stage passing.
Sir, one more presentation is left and we are running behind the schedule.
From my
Yes,
side it is
so
fine.
now- but it was important, you know, this concept of stage passing should have sunk in. That is why I was allowing this time. So now we'll move on to FNA presentation. I think Devendra ji is giving this presentation.
Yes, sir.
So very warm welcome to you, Devendra ji. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. So in next half an hour, I will cover capacity building and fund flow through SNS first or Pmgsy-Iv. Next. Next, please. So as all of you are aware that NEDA is interested with conducting regular trainings for states through various reputed institutes like IITs, NIT, CRRI, and IHE. So these trainings are basically for 3 days, 4 days, and vacancies are limited, around 40 to 45 vacancies per training we are giving. And from each state, 1 or 2 engineers are detailed. So we have seen that during currency of these trainings with institutes, we come across some that non-detailment of officials from the states, and I request that these trainings are very important. It's just kind of refreshing their knowledge. When engineers coming from field, they are going to some IIT or NIT or CRI, so they get cleared their doubts during execution, whatever doubts are coming. So it's some kind of enhancement in their knowledge. So these do-it-yourself modules we have published last year. So there are around 12 modules. These are very handy modules. And these modules are also very helpful to field engineers. So you can see that this panel, concrete, geosynthetics, geotextile, coal-based technology, all these modules are available on this pmgsy.nic, and we have transmitted these modules to all the itiners, and I think that this may be available to everyone. So whenever any doubt regarding some technology, so you can go through these modules. These are very good modules, and these modules have been prepared by experts, and these have been reviewed by experts also. And now you can see that we have conducted these trainings. So it's 22, 23, there were some online trainings were also there due to this corona pandemic. And this year, till date, we have conducted 962. 962 participants have been trained. And these trainings are in, still there are around 300, 400 participants, those are to be trained this year. So we will touch around 1400 this year. This is again that institute-wise trainings, target 15 and 30, 962 we have trained. Now you can see that photograph also. So in Odisha, IIT Bhubaneswar, that some bridge training is going on there. Second one, that training accompanied with field visit, and that one professor that in some road section that he is briefing officials. So next year, 25, 26, keeping in view this Pmgsy-IV, we have kept these trainings. And I request that states also, that if any suggestions we can receive from them, so we will incorporate those suggestions also in our next training calendar. And one thing that I wanted to mention here, that now we are preparing this bridge asset management policy also, that committee has informed and it is underway. And we have circulated a letter to all the states, that any state having some state-specific issues, concerns, so that may give us to us. But we have none of the states, they have any comments. So I again request, if that committee is underway, that meetings are going on. If any issue regarding maintenance of bridges, how to maintain bridges, so they can send to Director P2. So this is again one of this kind of training that we have introduced from last year in IIT Guwahati. 5 days training, especially for officials of northeastern state, since any area can go through the modules available on this platform, Karam Yogi. So we have also started putting our modules on this platform. So now, as on that, we have uploaded 2 modules, self-fill concrete and panel cement concrete. So it's a 2-hour training. So this is the website. So now you can see that self-fill concrete payment, this module is available on this Mission Karam Yogi. this is the website. So how to log in?
I think we have lost.
Performance.
Can you go back one slide? I think we lost you. There was some network issue. And please check with Jammu if they are able to hear you. No, they're not, probably not able to hear. So, Jammu, please confirm whether you are able to hear this and see this presentation. You are mute.
Check Jammu.
Hello, 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 hello.
So there is some local echo problem at your level.
Conducting performance evaluation of FDR, IIT Roorkee, IIT Guwahati, and IIT Patna, CRRI, and NIT Warangal. These are the institutes. And recently we have circulated one SOP for implementation of biobatchment. So this is a very recently this research project we have approved for IIT Roorkee. And in this, it's a very good, rather I can say, good proposal for new technology that we can replace 25% of weight of bitumen by sugar molasses. And it is economical and environmental friendly also. So these are the two major performance evaluation conducted. So IIT Madras was the premier prime institute and with other institute in collaboration with other institutes. Now I will come to fund flow, SNA Sparsh. So funding pattern has already been covered. Now that in this new fund flow system for Pmgsy-IV, we have to follow SNS first, and all the states have been requested to onboard to this SNS first as soon as possible. So as far as SNS first is concerned, it is just in time release. It's a transparent fund transfer. Release of fund is the same procedure. Now for this SNS first, you have to apply for mother sanction, maintenance release that 50% disbursement after May and 100% after November. So now this benefit is that it is to bring in more public expenditure management. That earlier through SNA, that I can say that since last 2 years, this SNA model was there. Just we were just some we were interacting with states, whether budget provision had been done, SNA 6, SNA 9. Now that system was in place. Now suddenly this SNA support has come. Now, you can say it is more transparent. It's just in time. This is the basic difference between two systems, existing SNA model and SPERS model. So for SNA SPERS, no bank account is required. Every state has to open account in RBI. So in old SNA, we were giving fund to states and fund you through treasury system. Now there is it is to be directly payment is to be done through RBI. So we have already written all the states through various letters through our joint secretary sir, and recently our secretary sir has also written a DO letter to chief secretaries of the states to onboard to this SNS first as early as possible. Otherwise, there may be some restrictions from Ministry of Finance. So your SNA may be freezed. So these are the basic prerequisites for SNS first. Drawing account that I have already told. So state government has to approach the PFS division for onboarding the SNS first. Mapping, this was this mapping of mapping the CSSB crossing SLS. It was earlier in SNA also. It is again to be done. So all SNA accounts pertaining to scheme return the central share, state share, unspent balance to SNA account. So whenever you onboard to this SNS first, so your whatever fund is there in SNA account, it is to be returned to Government of India. So these are the roles defined for SRRDA, IFMIS, and PD. Now we have through our CDEC recently released one master document, and everything is given in that master document, how to onboard, how to do integration, and we have with us from CDEC also. So Anita, joint director, she is also with us. She will explain how to do integration with our existing system. So these main the PFS, IFMIS, RBI, and PD. PD is MRD, and PO and Principal AO, they are also in ministry. This I have already told that many guidelines from Ministry of Finance and that master document we have shared with states. So as of now, as on date, Rajasthan, Assam, they have successfully onboarded on SNS first, and Chhattisgarh is also likely to today or tomorrow. It is they will onboard. So this is a very important slide that Department of Expenditure that they have issued this OM, and after closure of SNA returned the central share of unspent balance lying under SNA account to CFI. So what I mean to say that here comes that reconciliation of fund that is already underway with states. Reconciliation. Kindly, I request all the states to expedite that process, reconciliation. So that reconciliation, there are 4 or 5 states. So they have already sent their comments also, and also the corrected figures also, like Haryana, Mizoram, and 3-4 states. And some states they have sent comments, but they have not sent reconciled figures. So I request all the states that it may be tomorrow. It may be difficult that whatever funds are available in states, they have to be come to CFI. And our JSR has already written a DO that SRRDS to cross verify the calculation submitted by CA firm and revert back. But 3-4 states they have replied, and most of states replies are pending with them. So I will request states to expedite this process. So this is the status of SNS approach. So 3 states I have already, the 7 identified states, out of them 3 have onboarded, 4 are likely to be onboarded by 15th of January. Phase 2 states, all states are to be onboarded by 31st January. And phase 3, Arunachal, Nagaland, and 3 UTs with legislature. I request phase 3 states, don't wait for 31st March. They should also expedite to come to on board to SNS first as early as possible. So from 1st April 2025, funds will be given to states through SNS first only. So this is the basic OMAS and state IFMIS integration. Now I will request Anita, Joint Director, she is also with us, and kindly explain how it is to be integrated, OMAS and state IFMIS integration.
Am I
Anita ma'am? Anita ma'am?
Unmute करिए. Yeah, so Devendra ji, I think you're not getting her. So can we get along with this? I think this is more.
Yeah, she is joining, sir. She has joined. I think.
She's joined.
am I audible now? Can someone confirm whether I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Kindly go ahead. You are audible.
So sorry. Some technical issue has come, so that's why I have to relog in. So, as already mentioned by the Director FNA, Devendra Kumar sir, SEDAC has enhanced receipt and payment model of OMAS, and now 2 states have been onboarded, that is Assam and Rajasthan, for making the payments on SNS Perch platform, and that too all 3 funds, that is Program Fund, Admin Fund, and Maintenance Fund. So by March 25, all the state may get onboarded on the OMAS platform, and it has been made mandatory by the Ministry of Finance. So OMAS has to integrate with the system integrators of various state, and OMAS is continuously working and in touch with the various state IFMI system for making this deadline on time, and we are providing the support to various state IFMI system. As mentioned by the Director of Finance, we have prepared a generic document because OMAS will be integrated on pan India level with all state IFMI system across the all states of India. So in this presentation, I will be demonstrating how to integrate OMA system with the state IFMI systems and what are the enhancement we have made in the OMAs for SNA Splash platform. So as the two systems are to be integrated, there is always implicit requirement that the master data of these two systems to be synced. So we have taken the master data from state IFMI system, and for these, the 6 data points has been identified, and these data points or the masters are listed in the slide. So these data points are state link scheme masters, then agency masters, mother sanction details, then DDO allotment details, and deduction heads and component heads. So IFMI's team will provide these master details. For some of the master details, they will be taking from PFMS, like state link scheme master and agency master mother sanction details. Those are available in the PFMS, and they will be pulling those data from PFMS and sharing with the OMAs. Some of the details are already available within the IFMI system itself, so they will be sharing those details to OMAs, like DDO allotment details. So detailed description of these masters with field level attributes and what are the data types, whether it is mandatory, non-mandatory, all those description has been mentioned in the integration document, so that it will be a helpful document for the state IFMI system to develop at their end. So these are the first slide which are detailing the master data which OMAs will be requiring from the state IFMI system. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Then after consumption of the master information, OMAS payment will be generated in OMAS. So we'll be sharing the payment related information. So there are information flow of the payment also. So in the payment information, we'll be sharing the voucher details which are getting entered into the OMAS. In the voucher details, we will be taking the state share contribution and central shares contribution top up amount, if any, pertaining to that voucher. Then we'll be providing the contractor details in the payment information. And we have already integration with the PFMS. So in the payment file, we'll be providing the bank account details and the contractor details, which are verified from the PFMS. So no need to maintain the separate contractor master data in IFMI system. So we'll be providing the contractor details from OMAS itself. Then another set of information will be providing the deduction information in payment file as well. The deduction payment file will contain the detailing about the whether it is a statutory deduction or security deposit upon deduction. So based on which the IMIS will take the decision whether the taxes has to be deposited, how much is the taxes in the payment information, or how much the security deposit deductions, so that these amount can be moved to the separate security deposit account as mentioned by the NRDA guidelines. So once the payment file information moves from the OMAS to IFMI system consume that payment information at their end and immediately give us the response whether the file has been accepted or not. So basically there will be two level responses which will be sent to IFMI system related to the payment acknowledgement. First will be the immediately whether the file is accepted or not. That will be the first level acknowledgement. And in the second level, the once file is accepted in the IFMIS, it will move through various stages. In its IFMIS system itself, it will go to the DDO, then treasury, and from the treasury it will move to PFMS. Then PFMS to RBI, and then instruction will be sent to the RBI for making the payment. So there are various steps involved in IFMIS system. So we would like to have the information of each system, each stage happened in the IFMIS system. So the acceptance and rejection of the each state will be given to OMAS through second level API payment file acknowledgement. And the master codes for this acknowledgement we have defined as per the level codes. So if Miss team has to send us the acceptance and rejections as per the master's code, which we have defined in the integration. Then there is one important case, a payment, suppose payment debit notification has been given to the RBI, and the e-payment instructions has been sent by the IPMI system to RBI for making payment to the contractor. But for some of the reasons the payment could not be made, then RBI may return UTR to IPMI system in some of the exceptional cases. So in those exceptional cases, we will be requiring the return UTR details. And this is very important point, because once the UTR has been generated, the taxes has been deposited by the IPMI system, and security deposit amounts has been transferred to the SD account. So based on this return UTR details information, will be generating a subsequent payment, and will be linking the old payment information with the new payment information, so that IPMI system can track what was the old payment information. So this is the fourth API for which for the return UTR detail. Then we have another API also, which will be taking what is the final payment status of the IPMI system or for the payment information we have sent to IPMI. So there are the 5 APIs related to payment information. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So integration with the OMAS. Next slide, Pankaj. Yeah. So integration. Previous slide, Pankaj. Diagram wala. Okay, thank you. So integration with the OMAS and state IPMIs are through the REST API. I would like to mention that all the APIs related to master, payment information and payment acknowledgement are hosted at the OMAS end. So IPMIS team has to push the master information to the OMAS state API. OMAS will immediately give the response whether the master data which has been pushed by the IFMI system has been accepted or not. Then once the payment has been generated to the OMA system, it will be available on real-time basis to the API hosted on the OMA side. So payment information can be get by the IFMI system, and and the response of it can be given to the payment acknowledgement APIs. And for giving the payment acknowledgement API response, again the IPMI system has to push the data from IPMI system to OMAS system. So all the APIs will be hosted at OMAS end only. IPMI system either has to get the data from OMAS API or either push the data to OMAS API. For example, for the master data and payment acknowledgement, they have to push the data from their end to OMAS. And for doing this activity, they can write their scheduler at their end, and they can push the data to OMAS system at regular interval. So to access the API, we have already provided the user ID and password to the state system. They have to use that user ID and password, and then based on that user ID and password, they have to generate the token for which the API has been given the API integration document. Once they get the token, they have to use that token for each API request. Unless and until we get the token, we will not serve the response. So this type of security controls we have built in the OMA system while publishing or pushing the data to the IFMI system. So there are certain security aspect also. So considering the security aspect, we have encrypted the request and response object which we are sending and which we are consuming from the IPMIs, and the detailing of those technical aspect has been mentioned in the technical integration document. So as Devendra sir has already mentioned, NRDA has circulated the technical integration document, and you can refer these overall integration document version 4.1 and API integration document version 3.1 for referring the development activity. Next slide, please. So what are the enhancement we have made in the OMAS? So once we are receiving the master data in OMAS, we have developed an interface in OMAS to display all the 6 data set which we have received from IFMI system. So SRDA can verify those details and finalize those data. So SRDA will confirming that these data which OMAS has received from IFMI system is okay. Then IFMI system is giving us the agency details. So those agencies are equivalent to PIU. So we'll be mapping these OMAS PIU with the IFMI agencies. Then next is the IFMI system is giving us the deduction details. So we'll be mapping these deduction details with the OMA set which are defined as per the PMGSY chart of account. Then the payment entry will be made by the PIU login. So we have introduced the maker and checker concept. Basic payment entry will be made by the PIU, and wherein we have provided a new interface in which PIU will be giving the center share, state share and top up share as per road wise, and which to be bear in the that payment voucher. So after making the payment entry, that payment voucher will be available to the authorized signatory in OMAS. We can say it as a, it will be available in EP login, and after approving that e-payment for sending to IFMI system, the payment information will be available to IFMI system. Also, based on the cancellation which we have received from IFMI system, if the payment is been cancelled, then either we have to renew that payment or reverse the payment entry effect. So cancellation entry also has been provided at the finance controller login, and these enhancement has been made in for all the funds and available in OMAS. So how to onboard in OMAS? So we have provided UAT environment for testing environment for the state IMIS. So these URLs of end-to-end testing for the UAT environment has been provided into the integration document, as well as production API and endpoints has been also mentioned into the API integration document. So using that details which have we have mentioned in the UAT environment, IFMI's team has to complete the complete round of circle of end-to-end testing on UAT environment. Once this is completed, we can move that state on the production environment. But after moving to the production environment, again the IFMI system has to provide us the production data. Once the production data is received, then the state has to carry out the process which is mentioned in the above points, that is verification of the finalization master data, and then state will be finally onboarded into the OMAS for making payment. So this was the my topics which I have covered. Now I would request Mr. Mukesh Agarwal from Assam State to share his experience related to integration of OMAS with with IFMIS and onboarding on SNS Perspective.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. So remain connected for any Q&A question and answer session. So Mukesh.
Yes, sir.
So Assam is a successful state as on date as far as SNS Sparsh is concerned. So how he has Assam has onboarded. So Mukesh will explain in next 2-3 slides.
Good afternoon to all. We are very happy to be the leading states in the implementation of SNS Sparsh with support from NRDA and CDAC. I take the opportunity to appraise JS sir that we have onboarded on all the 3 funds under PMGSY, that is program fund, administrative fund, and periodic renewals. So the integration has been successful on all three separate modules that we have in COMAS. So most of the things are already being discussed by Devinder sir and Anita ma'am. Here I take the opportunity to share some of the tips or some of the practical things that we had to go through so that many states may avert that time that we wasted on those activities. So the first of that is what is if-miss? The first, this word we got to know for the first time called if-miss. So many states might not be sure what the if-miss is. So basically, this is a state finance ka software similar to OMAS. Like for PMGSY, we are using OMAS as a platform for making payments. Similar to that, most of the states are having their own priority schemes on the which they have a dedicated software. So we can assume that as IFMIS itself. Now, when we talk about IFMIS, we need to clearly identify that there are two agencies involved when we talk about IFMIS. For example, when we talk about OMAS, we know there is a ministry and NRRDA, and then we know there is a CDAC. So the ministry and NRRDA are on the administrative side, and CDAC is on the software development side. So for IFMIS also, I think for getting on board, the first thing that we should know is who is who. Basically, the representatives from finance department are the administrators. So we should know one nodal person whom we can have a conversation with regarding to SNS Persh, and then also the software developer. The software developer of the state government who is running this platform, the IFMIS platform. Then only this integration process will be smooth. So once we open the RBI account, so opening the RBI account, I have seen there are issues like the questions that we faced is who is going to operate the account. So the account is operated by the empowered officer himself, but that application was moved to the Reserve Bank of India through the state government, the state finance government. They had endorsed it and they had mentioned that, okay, EO is going to be the person who will operate the RBI account. And if you want to have an estimation, it did not took more than 7 days for Assam to get the RBI account opened. So once we have the RBI account opened, we need to map it in two platforms. One platform is PFMS and the other platform is IFMIS, the state platform. So in the PFMS also, we had this very, kind of doubt is where exactly in PFMS. So the SSM ID, the scheme manager, state scheme manager ID is the one where you need to map it and you have to inform PD, KM Singh sir, for approval of the mapping. Once that is done, your mapping work is done and then you can apply for the mother sanction. Next point is creation of DDO. So here again, till now in PMGSY, we knew that there is an accountant in the PIU and there is an executive engineer in the DPIU. So bills were generated from accounting module and pushed to the executive engineer or whoever the authorized person for sending it off to PFMS. But now we will have one more agency involved, that is DDO, the state level DDO. In Assam, we had the privilege that the executive engineers of the divisions are themselves the DDOs when it comes to state finance department. So our DDOs as per finance department and our DDOs for PMGSY were the same person. We just gave them a new login in the state portal and they acted as a DDO. So this thing you need to have a clarity with your state finance department, whether the same persons are going to push the bill to the treasury officer, or in some states it might be the fact that some other person is nominated as DDO for all the projects. So in that case, the PMGSY guy will have to send it to the DDO nominated by state government, who in course will push it to the treasury office. Last in this slide is reappropriation of state budget heads. So in Assam, we had around 5 to 6 heads of account in the state budget. Central government had been using only single budget head, but in state, we had a head of account for central funds, we had a head of account for matching share, and we had a head of account for top-up share. That is any other cost borne by the state government. So on migration to SNA Spurge, as per the suggestion of our state finance department, we have merged all the heads of account into one single head of account. So that again is the policy of state government, which we need to have a very clear understanding whether when we go on board into SNA Spurge, how many heads of account will be there? Because bills will be created in those heads of account. Can we have the next slide, please? So these are some of the steps which we have already discussed. In this obtaining mother sanction from MORD, so mother sanction is more or less the same thing that we are doing for release of funds till now. For release of funds also we were drawing it in multiple installments. So the same case applies to mother sanction, and the documentation part is more or less similar. So they like the utilization certificates, the maintenance fund certificate, some of the other documents, the physical completion certificate, the documents that we were submitting for raising the release of installments from MORD are the same set of documents that are required for obtaining the mother sanction from ministry. The only difference is earlier the ministry was releasing those money into the account of SRRDA. Now they are just allocating the higher ceiling up to which amount can be drawn by the state governments. Can we have the next slide? Some challenges that we faced during the implementation of SNA Spurge is the first step, that is sharing of master data. So here also, the master data that we need to share with OMAS is to be collected from two agencies. One is the IFMIS and one is the PFMS. So IFMIS in turn gets the data from PFMS and shares the same to the CDAC through an API. So we have to make a coordination with the two agencies and give a consistent data. Then the payment files earlier were issued from OMAS itself and money was transferred to the contractor. But now there is a new interface that we will need to use, that is of IFMIS. So our engineers will need to learn how to use this IFMIS portal as well. So this is one challenge. We can foresee this challenge, and during the time we take for integration, a training session can be conducted for accounts officers and DDOs to make them acquainted about how to use the IFMIS, so that the implementation level, this training part is not a hurdle. Last in this slide is certain validations at state treasury level. So what we have faced here is Government of Assam Finance Department has a policy that if a contractor has not filed the GST return of the latest period, then no payments can be made to that contractor. But those validations are not there in OMAS. So what we are facing the challenge now is a payment file is generated from OMAS and pushed to IFMIS, who in turn is getting rejected by the treasury officer due to the validation imposed by state government over and above the validations that you already have. So this thing also we need to learn the validations that the state government has and comply with them before sending the file to IFMIS. Next slide, please. These are the labels. These are the labels through which a bill is processed for payment. Firstly, a bill is entered in OMAS from the accountant login. Second step, the ePay login that we have in OMAS, it is used to send the bill to IFMIS. It lands up in the DDO login of IFMIS, who pushes it to Treasury office. Then the state treasury officer pushes the bill forward to PD, MORD for according sanction. MORD sanction once received, then it goes to pay an accounts officer to the RD. And only then the money flows from the RBI account of central government to the RBI account of state government and transfer to the beneficiary. So these are the four major steps or hierarchies that we have for making payments. So these were the four slides that I had. I have the presence of Jay sir. So I would just request him one thing that we have noticed during the transformation is that a lot of things is now dependent on the IFMIS as well. So we need to have a system audit of the IFMIS to make sure that the bills coming from OMAS are not being tampered at any point of time. And further, the engineer or the DDO in IFMIS who is making the bill payment does not have an option to create a manual bill in IFMIS, bypassing the OMAS itself. And whether that person is authorized to send the bill on behalf of PMGSY is not. Till now, what we are doing is we are sending the bill from OMAS to IFMIS and letting the IFMIS decide what's happened after that. But I am saying making a control framework over that administratively will might help in doing a strong control system. Thank you.
So yes, so good suggestion. So we'll take note of that. Devendra ji, please take note of these suggestions. So any more questions? Now we have to wind up quickly.
Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you for sharing your experience. And now I remember that during previous SNA also, you were the lead as far as any states are concerned, and you helped other states also in any region. And this time also, you should be the master trainer in Guwahati and helping other states also. So now this is the final slide that auditable accounts, these are the same, whatever were there in previous guidelines. So annual audit, then audit SRD accounts, CPIUs, all this auditing is done, mass-based financial statement, C&G audit. And so this is all from my side. Now I have 2-3 minutes. I just wanted to show that I got platform online. Mr. Rathore, can you kindly share? So this is the Karam Yogi platform, and you have to log in. Login is through either email or OTP based. Just come to this learn. Then explore by provider. Explore by provider. And type Ministry of Rural Development. Will take 1 or 2 minutes. Just click the self-build. This is the live course. You come to this enroll or just you click on resume. So this is a 2-hour course. It is on iGold platform, so anyone can attempt. So as on date, we have 2 courses and more courses are underway. So, play. स्टार्ट कीजिए.
Please note, this course uses narration, so remember to turn on your speakers or headphones while taking the course. You can also view the course transcript by clicking the Notes button above. Let's begin. Rural road network forms an integral part of the nation's socio-economic development. Material needs, frequent maintenance, and environmental sustainability are the challenges for creating and maintaining our rural roads. New technologies are being implemented by National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, NRIDA, under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Pmgsy, to address these challenges. Cell-filled concrete pavement, CFCP, is one such technology that can offer a possible solution. With minimum machinery requirements, CFCP technology is labor-intensive, can be implemented on remote village roads, and challenging climatic and terrain conditions to construct durable and economical rural roads which require low maintenance. Hence, CFCP technology offers a high potential to create and upgrade sustainable PMGSY roads. Through this scenario, participants will explore the cell-filled concrete pavements. Under PMGSY, the rural roads network has experienced
Yeah, Devendra ji, so now this has been
Yes, sir. Just we are pausing, sir. So this course is quite interactive. I request all SRR days that they can attempt this course on this iGOT platform. So
we need to have
thank
more
you,
such,
thank you, sir.
so we need to have more such courses, and I will request the states to also send in their inputs, and we can have a small committee of strong of young budding engineers who can also participate in this writing of this transcript, etc. So if there are states who want to take part in it, I welcome them. So now I think we have come to the end of this program. Pmgsy-Iv?
Yes, sir. So should we conclude, sir, or
Yes.
there should be some question answer session, sir?
So final question answer session, I think one or
Mr.
two.
Sunil Gupta, Deputy Director, NIREDA is here, sir. So if any state want to raise any question,
And not only related to this FNA, but I'll request the participants across the country to give their feedback about this workshop. So this will be the final Q&A session. Over to you.
Yes, sir. So now I invite any of the representative from the states across all the locations to kindly share their feedback on this two-day workshop. And if they have any specific query relating to the last session, they can also talk about that.
नमस्कार सर. जीएस सर की इन्वॉल्वमेंट और उनके मार्गदर्शन में ये बिल्कुल क्लियर मैसेज है सारे स्टेट्स को, हमारी टीम को, कि हमें क्वालिटी के साथ में PMGSY-4 में किस तरह से आगे बढ़ना है. एक रिक्वेस्ट है मेरी सर से कि एक्सपर्ट्स हैं और जो सिलेक्शन ऑफ हैबिटेशन है और DPR उसको जो अब तक अवार्ड करने तक 2 पार्ट है उसके, तो सर एक्सपर्ट हमारे पास में है. अगर हमको दोनों पार्ट की SOP विथ चेकलिस्ट, दिस इज माय रिक्वेस्ट, तो बड़ी आसानी होगी और सभी लोग एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक जैसा काम कर पाएंगे, उससे क्वालिटी मिलेगी सर. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Okay, thank you. Next participant. Please come forward because we are running behind the schedule. We have to.
Hello. I have questions regarding finance and accounts. From the presentation, it is stated that after onboarding on SNS parts, that the normal SNA account is to be closed, and the remaining amount is to be credited.
account will get freeze. You can't incur any expenditure from the SNA, your existing account. Your account will remain open to only work out the available balances with you and refund it to the state government and the central government as per their sharing matlab.
Yeah, so once you have onboarded SNA, no freeze payment you can make from your available SNA account. So that will be freezed on that day, and whatever the balance is available, it will be refunded proportionately in Consolidated Fund of India and Consolidated Fund to a state.
In that case,
Center fund will be calculated based upon the reconciliation exercise. We have already shared the master draft amount with the state. State are requested to complete the exercise because they have to refund the amount based upon that outcome.
but that reconciliation exercise, it is up to, I think, 31st March 2024. After that, many payments are already made like that. So the reconciliation, after that, there's payment after 31st March 2024, there's payments already made like that.
Actually, I'm not able to make out exactly what is your requirement. Can you simplify your question?
What he's suggesting is that let us complete the work, let us complete all the payments, and then we'll switch over to SNS.
Yes, yes, exactly.
No, but then, you know, this is what one point also I wanted my team also to clarify. Ongoing works are also supposed to be paid through SNS first. So this
appropriate all the funds to one single head? Or can you keep it in different heads of accounts?
So I think that will be taken care of by Mukesh. So Mukesh will explain it. I think he's referring to Mukesh's example, the state heads, etc. So I think you are referring to Mukesh's example?
Yes, sir.
So that was regarding the state heads.
State heads, because we have many different heads for the state chair, like the TSP and SCSP and general.
So what they had done was they had merged all the heads. So what is your take on it, Sunil?
Sir, they can keep their separate accounts. It is not compulsory to merge all the head in a single head. They can continue to operate with the different accounts. They can map all the head with our center head, sir, single head, sir. It is up to state, sir. But state want to keep the separate heads, they can continue, sir.
Will it not create complications if you have multiple heads?
No, see, the bill would be generated on those heads. So if you want to keep those heads, it is up to the state. If your state requires that those heads are to be created, it is up to you to. And then you can cite, you know, Assam's, if you are interested in merging all the heads, you can cite very well Assam's experience and get those merged. So we are not.
Sir, Rajasthan has already kept separate head. Whereas the Assam merged into single head, but Rajasthan is also onboarded on the SNS first. He had kept the separate budgetary head for state budgetary.
So there is no such standard stipulation from there. You take your call.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Feedback?
So I think it is time for us to summarize and get ahead in the program. We have to visit a physical road. We have been through the VC system for long, for 1.5 day duration. So now it is time for us to see a road as well, to come to terms with the realities and also get ahead with conclusion
Yes, sir.
part
So
of this
we'll
program.
summarize, sir. Esteemed guests and fellow participants, as we come to the end of this two-day workshop on PMGSY4, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, valuable contribution. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in meaningful discussions, shared experiences, and gained insights from experts in the field. I am confident that the knowledge and connections we have made here will help us in our endeavors to implement PMGSY4 successfully. Before we conclude, I would like to invite our esteemed Joint Secretary, RC and DG Nerida, to share his concluding remarks, sir, for guidance of all of us.
So I have to come to the dais or वहाँ पे चले जाते? So very good afternoon to all the participants at all 5 venues. We had very fruitful deliberations, and I had a bit of a doubt whether we could pull it off given the issues regarding VC connections, but I am hopeful that maybe we could maintain the connectivity. 1 or 2 locations it got disturbed, but the outcome really has been that the requirements of PMGSY4 have been very clearly spelled out to the states, and all the states are now very clear on what is the required plan of action. So that plan of action is very clearly spelled out, and we have engaged with the states. We have taken note of their suggestions as regards to the plan of action. One good mention has been made by the Chief Engineer Madhya Pradesh as regarding the SOPs and the checklists. So we'll work on that. The states have a lot of work to do, be it, let's say, your completion of the surveys or shifting to SNA Sparsh or reorganizing yourself into different activities. So all those things need to be done. So I could see through the discussions that there are issues with regard to the post DLP module also, the maintenance part, as regards the quality is there. So these are also there. There are a lot of issues on which the states have to now start working, because this is a transition time. Everything is happening together. As you would see, it's a very simple idea that PMGSY1 was there. Now you are in PMGSY4, same norms, except the census is different. But it is not so. The whole world has changed, and now the entire paradigm has shifted. So you have absorbed over these 2 days what is the new paradigm. And the paradigm will be that there'll be very intensive monitoring and intensive facilitation of all the processes involved in the rural roads construction sector under the PMGSY. Be it, survey, be it your recommendations, be it taking forward in terms of DPR preparation, be it scrutinies, be it quality, maintenance, everything. So there is a process, there is a procedure. So all that has undergone a change. And, but I'm very happy to note that the states are equal to the task. When PMGSY 1 came up, not much knowledge was there with the ministry. So the ministry created the NRIDA, and then the SRRDAs were created. Now it is very happy to note that we have the HR, the ideas, the people in place, and I'm sure that whatever things are there which are required to be done, both at the NRIDA level and at the state level, these would be done. And the time is a bit short in the beginning. Later on, you'll get a lot of time. But then in the beginning, it is a bit short. You have to complete your surveys by 31st. And simultaneously, we have to keep track at both levels, at the state headquarter level as well as the national headquarter level. So I'll use this opportunity to again request all the state leaders and my fellow colleagues at the ministry and NRIDA to please attend to all the issues which are arising. Let there be a free flow of suggestions, information, ideas, and requests for changes, making required provisions so that the work does not suffer. Again, I'll reiterate that the work has to be completed by 31st. Guidelines have already been issued, and the people are there, they are working on it. I also would like to draw your attention to this very epochal shift which has happened of planning on Gati Shakti, and you will be seeing the results very soon. You would be having a great deal of data which is available with you at your fingertips, and you'd be able to see your own rural road network blossoming in your state and being taken care of very well. In my conclusions, I'll like to thank, first of all, the state government of Assam, then the concerned state governments where our venues have been hosted for making these arrangements at a very short notice. We'll continue to engage, and I thank all the experts who came and shared their inputs, their success stories. Lastly, but not the least, the participants led by none other than the chief engineers from the states, their financial controllers, their SQCs, NMOs, ITNOs, all were there. And I'm very happy to note that we have made a good beginning. We have to continue with this. Thank you. Thank you again. Now we should go and see for ourselves a road, and that should be the ideal culmination of this workshop. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks and for taking the time to address us today. Your guidance and leadership have been instrumental in shaping these programs. We are grateful for your contribution. Before I invite my colleague, Mr. Raju Rana, who will be joining from Vadodara, to propose a vote of thanks, I would like to take a moment to once again thank you all once again for your participation and contribution in this two-day workshop. So, Mr. Raju Rana, now propose vote of thanks.
Rajiv Rana, Under Secretary, Pmgsy-Iv, Ministry of Rural Development. It's my honor to present thanks motion herein for this event. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Amit Sukla sir, Joint Secretary RC and DG NIDA, for conceptualizing this workshop. His leadership has enabled us to organize the workshop successfully. At the same time, at 5 places: Vijayawada, Bhopal, Guwahati, Jammu and Raipur. My special thanks to all the CEOs of all the SARDAs and engineer-in-chiefs and their team who have made all the arrangements for smooth conduct of the workshop. All the participants who have come from all across the country require special thanks. Without their participation and active indulgence, this workshop
necessary gadgets, etc. To you have shared, and your help will be always remembered. Thank you once again, and let us look forward for a fruitful field visit. Thank you.